Although I'll tell you this, I will recommend games that I don't like all the time. I don't like Ilona Plus, and I probably wouldn't like Ellen. I haven't played it. But I'll recommend it because I know it's good. But just because I don't like something doesn't make it inherently not good. If anything, it's often the opposite. Sorry for tuning in late. How dare you! It's time to pay the late tax by apologizing to everybody you see in chat for being late and then writing a speech that is 500 words minimum of your excuse for being late and why you feel bad and why everybody should point finger at you and call you big late corpseman 99. Bleh. It's good to see you, man. How you doing? Let's go play some Dwarf Fort. So we're gonna be continuing that fortress that we've been playing. Tiny Hippo, thank you very much for the prime for 6 months. Welcome back. This fortress is and George would like a dwarf. Do you have a dwarf? Or did your dwarf die? So we've been playing Headpunch, right? The whole point of this fort and the whole shtick and the whole gimmick of this fort was we settled on a mysterious palace. Now, mysterious palaces are a adventure mode feature that I had to use DF hack to embark on. Because of that, don't worry about the flying fireball. It's fine. Just let me click this. All right. We settled on a mysterious palace. And there's good news and there's bad news with this. The good news is that the mysterious palace has been destroyed. We've taken over. Corpseman is going insane. Great. George does not have a dwarf. Do you know what kind of dwarf you would like? Also, hi, Keyfry. This fortress is, a cavern fort. It is pretty well sealed at this point within the caverns. Aside from that, the front door is open right now, and there's a burning fireball outside. It's largely just kind of become like a beast hunting fort. So we've been hunting beasts pretty consistently and doing our best to kind of slowly take over things. However, I was able to catch 2 rocks, these giant birds of prey. There's 2 of them. They're both male. I don't have a female one. And after putting out the gremlin video, which a lot of people really liked, so shoutouts to everybody who played it, or who watched it, I guess played it's the wrong word, but thanks to everybody who watched it. Now that video's out, there's kind of this weird thing that happened. Is a lot of people were like, hey, could you make a fortress where you catch beasts? And I was like, well, I keep having to deal with so many forgotten beasts in this fort. Why don't we just do that? So that's what I'm gonna do. We've built a railgun in this fort, which is really fun. And I now have a very effective defense with the lava up here. But I'm thinking we just redirect this into a beast catching fort and just build an underground arena. We could, upgrade some things so that we actually have proper forges, lava forges instead of having to use as much wood. And we work our way to digging deeply and greedily and then enslave demons. Forgotten Zoo, sure, yeah. Build a big old arena and, yeah, do that. You're still mad I didn't make him pants? There was no way for me to make him pants. I would have had to, you can't retroactively mod the game, right? So there are mods that add in gremlin clothing. I didn't know I was gonna run into gremlins. That wasn't planned, it just happened. The named dwarves in the fort are Havoc, Bert, YouTube, Red Fogel, Twitch is dead by the way, Devilish Potot, and B-Lug. We have Andre, we have Enter Bunny, we have Blue Ice, we have Arende, we have Origin 64 with Deep Space, we also have Arthur, and Kartok, and Sideburns, as well as Leo R, and Raiklu, and Theo S, and probably Jody, and Matholik, and Bone Dull, Snail SD, Swag and Kill, Cheese, naturally, for everyone, definitely. Freeways, we have Midnight the Second, Anon 4, Donut, and Zalvi the Sequel, as well as Rayleigh, and Demonster, Tapioca, Sharpshooter, and that's everybody. How do you catch monsters? Well, I can't right now. I have to build a structure to catch them. But very creative usage of drawbridges is usually the way you catch monsters. So, we now need to activate this and make sure everybody's in there. And then hope that they don't burn to death to the beast. And hope it moves slowly. Also, how did you die? I have no fucking idea. You'll have to go watch our Lord and Savior, the VOD, because you died at minimum 5 days ago. I do not remember every death. You want a bearded crafts dwarf, says George. Coolette, you get. Well, actually, no, we have a Dubar. Although you may not make it. And you're hauling a boulder. Let's give you somebody who may make it. Yeah, you. George II can get caught in internal deliberations when action is necessary, generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and likes to brawl, though he dislikes the adoration of fighting as an art to be refined. He isn't particularly curious about the world and tries to do things correctly each time. He has a greedy streak, and he is stubborn, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He enjoys the company of others and prefers that everyone lives harmoniously as possible, and when he's nervous, he never allows pauses to occur in conversation. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about much anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art and sees war as a useful means to an end and and personally believes that the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs and values eloquence, sees working hard as a foolish waste of time, and finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting to be distasteful. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and likes porcelain, cherry, opal, as well as durian wood, blow darts, and coffins, and rings and ballista, and frogs for their distinct mating call. So never make this dwarf into a noble, because blow darts? Is he gonna ask me to make blow darts? Good luck with that. He likes valley herbs for their tiny... Actually, might just stop me from exporting them and not ask me to make them. I don't know. Valley herbs for their tiny leaves, in the words of the Tenribus wisps, and when possible prefers to consume pomegranate wine and can't stand mussels. Like, worships the god Bur, the god of wealth and jewels, as well as the doctrine of bronze as your religion. You have no family, nor friends. To the drawbridge? No, he'll just be a very upset noble, and I will completely unfund the police. Okay, so... Let's see, where the hell... At least it's moving very slowly. Your dwarf command doesn't work because it was redeemed 7 minutes ago. Freeways. 9 out of 10 times, that is the cause. Is it was recently redeemed. My mayor was reelected. It's on cooldown for 45 minutes. It's not your command, it's a communal command that anybody can use. From selling cave dragons in cages. Are cages a forbidden trade good then? There's several kinds of dragons in this game. There's also like Komodo dragons if you count those. Monster trapping. Assuming the frame rate doesn't get too low, because the frame rate's actually pretty bad on this map. You've been watching my new person Let's Play? Well, welcome. Hopefully it's been helpful. A good thing to check before nobling or giving dwarves Baron or something is whether or not they have wants that are achievable. Also, how many kills does this thing have? None. So this thing's composed of flame. I think I'm just going to shoot this thing with a bolt and kill it because I don't have a setup to catch beasts yet. Because I have to make one. That's the issue, is I have to make one. So because I have to make one, I don't really have a way of disposing of it yet. So what I think we'll do is just set up the military down here. And also I need to check that you guys have decent gear. Yes, then they have bolts. Just making sure I'm clicking on the right one. Run, Dwarf. Sounds like you need to increase your food and your food production. If you're playing in a on the surface, just click this button, click and drag here, and they will just gather all of the little plants, and half of those are edible. The other thing that you can do is make a gather fruit zone. Click and drag above ground under trees. Click accept, and then unclick this because this makes them climb trees and they get stuck in trees sometimes. It's just a little bit annoying to manage, but you can do it. And then they will just gather all the fruit from the random fruit trees. So this is an orange tree, so they'll gather these oranges. We've got lychees, they'll gather the lychees. We've got limes, finger limes. We've got horned melons, and they'll just automatically harvest those. So if you're running out of food, just do that. It's very handy. Speaking of... Run, Dwarf. Keep running. Here she comes. Who is that? It's Rigoth? Oh, you're bonded to a stray rhino. Well, you should be inside. Here comes the beast. You wish, yeah, you have to pick the... Actually, are feather tree eggs even edible? I don't know. I don't believe I've ever seen them getting cooked before. Yeah, you shouldn't be... If you're new to the game, you shouldn't be growing underground or above ground farms. You should only be growing underground farms. Underground farms are significantly easier to use. Plump helmets, these guys, are basically infinite. They grow year round. You literally just find some dirt underground, make a farm plot, and then just select plump helmets for every season. And don't worry about making a kitchen if you're new to the game. Just don't do it. There can be some complications with kitchens, and you will never run out of them as long as you're brewing some of them. Because when you brew them into alcohol, you get the seeds back.
60 months of gift subs. Abso-bloomin'-lutely unbelievable.
Wait, what? Oh, we also have this guy coming up. There's two, actually. This is a blob composed of snow. It has wings and it undulates rhythmically. That's been on the map for a while. It's literally a snowball. That's not going to be very threatening, I don't think. Stone, thanks for the 60th month. Or thanks for being around to be gifted a sub for his 60th month. If you do this, and you click this, you go to labor, and go to kitchen, go to drinks, just unselect all the drinks you don't want made into food. Set them to red. When they're green, they'll get made into food. If they're red, they won't. Same with plump helmets. Just tell them to not cook plump helmets, although I should probably tell them to cook plump helmets. I've got too many plump helmets. Anyway. This one is a blob composed of flame. The other one is a blob composed of snow. That does nothing. It has no powers. It's just composed of snow. No, you don't. I mean, I have 3,000. If you're running out of them, plant more. Make a bigger garden. And, like, 3x3 garden could probably feed this entire fort and drink this entire fort. Trust me. Food is exceptionally easy. For ranching without DF hack. I mean, I don't use any of DF hack's auto ranching things. Just check occasionally if you need to butcher or geld creatures. It's pretty straightforward. I guess I'm not totally sure what tips you're looking for specifically. You always run out of drink. You don't know what you're doing wrong then. See this? Close this menu. Wait for a second until another one pops up. When you try to queue up a drink, when the drink disappears, and then hover over it and see what the issue is, you're probably out of barrels. So chop down some trees and make some barrels, or make a crafts dwarf shop and make some rock pots. Rock pots are probably what you need, or barrels are what you need. It's one of the two, most likely. It's almost always one of the two. It keeps going back because there's stuff in the caverns that is trying to fight that are closer than my dwarves. So it may turn around and kill that beast eventually. The one made of snow. Which, okay, that's fine. It's super weak anyway. Okay, have a butcher shop and occasionally check this, maybe once a year, and then just butcher what you don't need. That's what I do. I mean, I feel, I would really like to be able to just do a stream without having this same discussion, but the problem with playing with DF hack is it makes you lean on tools that you really don't need for the game. Like, clicking that button once a season a couple times is not a big ask. That's all you need to do, is just remember to click that button occasionally. Or just use auto butcher and don't ask me about it. It's very straightforward what you're supposed to do and what you need to do. Was that a dwarf you just killed? I didn't even see it. Ah, Bert died. Rip Bert. You were a good dwarf, but you didn't make it back into the caves in time. Was it not two dwarves? I only saw the one. If there was a second one, I didn't see it. I'm sure we'll get a missing notice soon. I mean, the population's gone down by 2, actually, so yeah, you're correct. Nah. This is Bert. Bert Clues is the full name. Ah, here comes the other beast. So this is Anu the Ashen Echoes, who also has no kills. This is a blob made of snow. So we've got an unmeltable blob made of snow versus a blob made of fire. Who do you think's gonna win, chat? I was not expecting that. Okay, so the snow one won. Which is also significantly weaker. What did you do? He pushed it and it crushed it. Snow won. Yeah, because it can't melt. So the fire doesn't affect it, I guess. And it got the first hit in. That's funny. It just, like, body checked it and crushed it. All right, well, I can just tell my squads to go kill this thing. That's pretty simple. Because this thing will die very fast. Or I could try... Ooh, let's try and shoot it with the cannon. Come on, Slowpoke. Where are you going? God damn it. Oh, Jesus. Okay, fine. I'll send my squads to go kill it. I don't really want another dwarf to die. Run, dwarf! Thankfully, it moves slowly. Now I just need the squads to catch it. Thankfully, like I said, it moves really slowly, so... Well, they'll be on fire for a little bit, probably, Cathode. No, it wasn't. So beasts that are made of not, like, solid materials, so liquids, fire, lava, grime and filth, vomit, stuff like that, are very fragile, and usually only need one hit to kill. So it was literally just a combat of who could hit the other one first. The fire ones are literally the definition of glass cannon in this game. Same with ones that shoot webs that are made of these kinds of materials. So it's just a matter of Whoa. Wow, Cathode died. How did... You were a skilled soldier. How did that thing kill you? Forgotten Beast pushes... Okay, no. Where's Cathode? He somehow got pushed in the head, and his head exploded. Got sat on by a giant, like, snowball. Well then. Terrible way to go indeed, yeah. Rest in peace, Cathode. Not bad. Didn't want it to end that way, but it did. So Cole the Siege Operator. I certainly did not see Cole the Siege Operator die, but must have caught fire somewhere in there. All right, so now we can finish up my cannon underground. Actually, you know what? Yeah, we'll get those bodies buried. And then once the bodies are buried, we will, I think, just lock them in the fortress with... Yeah, and then there's Bert. Bert also died. Rest in peace, Bert. B-E-R-T. So rest in peace, Bert. Rest in peace, Cole. And rest in peace... Rest in peace? Rest in peace, Cathode. I don't think I have a spare tomb, so let me just check. There's a lot of tombs. I think I'll just replace this one because that dwarf never got buried in it. Yes, in some cases, no in other cases. Forgotten, giant monster populations deplete with time. Dragons get stronger because they get bigger. Dragons grow until the year 1000. They take 1,000 years to get full size. So most of the time you don't get a full-size dragon. And size of creatures makes them harder to kill because they take longer to bleed out and stuff. So, yes and no. Kind of more no than yes. The graveyard is growing? Yep. And I expect it to continue to grow. Socrates. Is that how you're supposed to say that? Thank you very much for the raid. What's up? Cave or otherwise in your games? If you steal livestock from goblins, it actually makes acquiring dragons a lot less difficult. But yeah, it can be quite time-consuming to find them. Huh? Arende, did you just die? Corpse Man killed my mare. That was your dad. At least I thought it was. Jesus, man. But I can't arrest him because he's a child. I think it was his dad. Maybe it wasn't. It says it's just his an acquaintance, so I like how he feels satisfied upon improving comedy, fondness after talking with an acquaintance, rages while killing somebody, doesn't feel anything at somebody's death. One of these things is not like the other. Huh. Alrighty. Yeah, the only way to get rid of kids is by expelling their parents, right? But if their parents are dead, you can't expel them. I mean, like, the actual thing that Tarn has talked about is implementing some sort of, what's it called? Method of adoption. Which would be very helpful, but, man, that's nuts. So now I have a new mayor. Now, where was the mayor's bedroom? What do you like, new mayor? In terms of mastering a skill, likes like pewter. Color purple. Ooh, ballista arrows. Ooh. I may have to introduce you to my minecarts. Oof. Yeah, that's sometimes you have to. Cuddle booper. I try not to because I think it's more fun to try not to, but yeah. It can get kind of grim. And then dining room. Whoopsies. Yeah, that's fucked up. Finding your way on Twitch? I'm legally blind, so I can see. Socrates. But appreciate you, man. I just don't see well. What were you playing, though, if I can ask? Grumpy kids with a strength of 10. Yeah, I mean, there is a mod that popped up relatively recently called Hard Bodies, I think, which essentially just makes it so that dwarves do less damage with fists, which I think is an intriguing concept, but basically making it less likely for somebody to just have their head exploded by getting punched. Which I guess is like with the aim of like the hoped aim of realism, but I don't know. I kind of like it. It's very dwarfy. Yeah, I mean traction benches are pretty great. You always want a good supply of traction benches. I mean, I'll humor my my nobles and make the thing that they want. I'll just be a little bit annoyed if it has to be ballista arrows. Just because that is kind of like more parts that I'm willing to put together generally, but I'm not above it. I'll do it. Also considering, well, actually, you know what I should do with Corpse Man? I should station Corpse. I should just burrow Corpse Man in here, so Corpse Man just hangs out in the with the militia squad, and the next time he tantrums, he just gets flattened. Is what would happen there. I need yarn. Shocker. Spin thread, please. That child is in a bad mood because he died while his mom was, or his mom died while she was carrying him. So that dwarf is in a bad mood because he saw his mother die in front of him. Which honestly, if you're going to be in a bad mood, I think that's a pretty legitimate reason. Currently, one thing we are doing is I am dealing with all of these extra boulders and we're getting them stacked up here, which is taking a while. Yes, what Stone said. Everything has a range, because, like, not every dwarf is the same size. Every dwarf is going to be a slightly different size as well. What are those yellow workshops made out of? These ones? Fungi wood. My favorite ones are... Where are they? It's been a while since I've played this fort, so it's going to take me a sec. I really like the copper ones, but those aren't the ones I was looking for. The bismuth ones are also really nice. Maybe I don't have any in here. I thought I had some bloodthorn workshops, but maybe I did and I did. Oh, this one's really good. Tunnel tube. Tunnel tube's a really good color. It's like this great purple. Big fan of the tuller tube? What am I saying? Tunnel tube. That's going pretty good. Nox, yourself? So I should update that command, actually. Edict. Hold on, give me a sec. There we go. The goal command's now been updated. I was going to do that earlier, but it slipped my mind. But currently, we're just cleaning the fort up, mostly. Do Dungeon Masters automatically do justice? Dungeon Masters do the Captain of the Guard job if the Captain of the Guard isn't available, and sometimes they just don't do it. They're not a very reliable completer of tasks, shall we say. Very bummed that my mayor had to die. He was such a good mood dwarf. He's also one of the original starting 7. So many items getting placed in tombs. So many items. Captain of the Guard does the job. Dungeon Master will not do anything without a Captain of the Guard. The Dungeon Master is a unfinished job who's supposed to be kind of your interrogator. Because they were halfway through working on the villains systems, and then they stopped working on the villains systems to finish or work on the Steam version. And now that the Steam version is out, it's in the roadmap as a return to systems, which is after the siege updates and building for adventure mode. So some migrants have arrived. So the reason some features seem like uncompleted there is because they literally aren't complete. They're half done. Which is why when people are just like, oh, it's been too long in between patches. Motherfuckers, we waited from 2019 until 2022 for a patch. So as far as I'm concerned, a patch every month is fast. Every 6 months is fast, too. Once a year is fast. How's response been to the book, by the way, Keyfry? Got a mule? I think you mean dinner. Yeah, Project Zomboid. Honestly, Dwarf Fortress in the past has been pretty comparable to Project Zomboid. In the past. These days, it's much quicker, but... Tour Leader. What a good last name. Strong, high willpower, high stamina. This dwarf could do well in the military. The justice system works in Dwarf Fortress. Well, the in-fortress justice system works. It's all of the outside the fortress justice system features that don't.
If I may be so bold, Beers in chat.
True Freak, thank you very much for the 24th month. We require a speech. How do you feel having made it this far? Ooh, an expert gem cutter. Welcome to the fort, Dwarf. Always use more gem cutters. A musical peasant, hey? In terms of mastering a skill, person finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting. Why are you a musician if you find eloquent speech off-putting? I will put you as a Marks Dwarf. So at least you won't be in imminent danger, just indirect danger. They don't affect what you can make the adventurer do, but they will change how the adventurer reacts. Justifier. So as an example, like this character has different needs and wants. If you don't fulfill those needs and wants, they'll eventually get sluggish. And being sluggish essentially just means that they move slower, they complete tasks slower, they get kind of like, not a movement speed debuff, that's the wrong way to put it, but they get various little things that impede your potential abilities, I guess, is maybe a way to put it. Yeah, you don't really want... yeah, you certainly don't want a dwarf that wants love or family because, like, neither of those are actually possible. Oh no, I've got wild giant tortoises. Good lord. Did all my trainers die? They must have. Do I have... tame breeding pair? I think the thing to do here is this. Let's just put a bunch of cage traps right here. And just recatch them. Should have clicked the other button. This button. I didn't kill you. You killed you. What do you think? I did that intentionally? I actually can't remember how you died. Did I kill you intentionally? If I did, I'm certainly definitely not sorry, and you absolutely deserved it. Yeah, no, there's a document on there's a page on the wiki docs for that. Everybody should be where his fun is for drinking industry. Ivy Bins. What is the villain system? The villain system is all of this. So it's everything in the justice screen. This is all villains related. It's what allows humans to, or random dudes to show up and steal your stuff. That's all villains. It's what allows characters to be spies and disguise themselves and then infiltrate your fortress and figure out where your traps are so that enemy sieges can walk around them. Stuff like that. A lot of those systems are there, but they're all half finished, not balanced, and poorly exposed. So that's what it is. So like I said, we are pivoting this fortress to be all about catching beasts. So in order to do that, I need a structure to catch beasts. So we need to figure out where to put that. If I scroll down a few layers, where's my stairs? There's my stairs. So I've got stairs that go all the way down to this lower cavern layer here, and then loop around here to this lower cavern layer, which go all the way down. Oh, do we doing to down to here. And it's a good time. And then down here, I have, my pump stack over here, pumping lava, as well as my current glass industry. Now, which might get moved. What I'm thinking is we go to where those stairs are, around here, and then maybe right about this level, I do something like this. Maybe not quite that big, actually. It doesn't need to be that big. Does this, turn itself off every time you restart the game? What the heck? Where is it? The, like, numbers on your mouse when digging. Do they turn that off whenever you restart the game right now? Because that's bizarre. It must do that. Anyway, I'm thinking like a 10 by 10 square. That goes up to like, maybe actually a little bit further over this way. Because like that's gonna be above ground, above the thing. So I can go up, see how high I can go. So that's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's not that many. I guess I could like stack them side by side. I think what I'll do actually is I'm just gonna dig this way real quick. Let's just get rid of that. Just make a little tiny tunnel. I'm gonna do a little bit of prospecting here. I don't exactly know where this cavern layer begins and ends, and I'd like to see it. They'll probably hit it before then, but... I find generally the best way to get dwarves to acquire items is just have an open stockpile without any bins in the middle of a tavern. I call it a gift shop. Sometimes I'll attach hauling jobs to it, and like force them to like put them into a minecart and then push it around and like recycle them in a circle slowly, every 30 days or so. I find that very helpful because like if you force dwarves to manually load and unload a minecart, instead of you just using the dumping out of the minecart systems, a little gift shop tends to be pretty effective in getting them to acquire items in that way. But yeah, sometimes dwarves just aren't greedy at all. And if a dwarf isn't greedy at all, and they still want to acquire an object, just make new clothing. Just make clothing types that they don't have, because they'll go grab those even if they're not greedy. But they often won't grab crafts if they're not greedy. Am I doing a zoo? I was thinking make it into a zoo for forgotten beasts, and then convert that said zoo into an arena for the underworld. Because that's kind of what people want. Does anybody here remember the fortress I did called Creature Keepers? I kind of want to do that, but like more aesthetically pleasing than Creature Keepers. Because Creature Keepers, we basically just like locked things in rooms. I don't really want to lock things in rooms. I want to make like an interesting defense setup, basically. And I'm thinking like neat looking, worth looking at little, like a tower or something underground. If you have a creature in an aquarium or a cage, and you assign the creature in the cage to a... I'm just going to assign dwarves to mining that are miners that don't currently have picks. And if you assign... Hop on, are you in the military still? Probably shouldn't have dwarves in the military that have no functional arms. No. Anyway, where was I going with this? You gonna eat lunch, have fun? Yeah. Yeah, if you have creatures in cages or aquariums and you assign those creatures or aquariums to a zone, it'll automatically make it into a zoo. Yes. So this is a cool spot. That's just what I wanted to see. I wanted to see where this began and ended. Let's just do this. Maybe not with Jet. Let's use something less pretty, like shale. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm probably not going to do a zoo proper, like an actual mechanical zoo, because that would require me getting them into cages, and unless I get a very convenient web spitter soon, that's not really going to be convenient in any way. So, uh-oh. Also, this over here needs to get blocked, so this is a bit of a problem. I had no idea they dug out into this. That's kind of concerning. Should fix that. Last time you needed to add a dungeon space to the hospital by the use button, it's called overlap. This time I added a dungeon space to the hospital by the use of the plus, but I called the overlap cell a zoo. Really? Huh. Okay then. Let's... Oh, probably, yeah, because there was creatures on chains, right? Because creatures on chains would be considered the equivalent of being in a zoo. So this dwarf needs to go into prison. Corpse Man can't go to prison, but that can open cages? Ghosts can. I'm sure there's more. But nothing off the top of my head. Fire could burn wooden cages. Lava can melt wooden cages. Some creatures can free themselves. Like if it's a creature that's made of fire that happens to be hotter than lava, and that just depends on the creature, they can burn their way out of cages, which is fun. So, you know. Yeah, I agree. Reuse last material is really, really nice. It is super nice to have. Okay, what do you want? They do want ballista arrows. Okay, so I think I'm just going to ignore the ballista arrow demand for a little bit. Not forever, but for a little bit. Purely because I want to have a functional lava forge up and running before I do that. We also have a weaver who's withdrawn from society. Just need to get these done. Okay. I'll be honest with you, I never make museums. Probably? I mean, you can assign zones to dwarves, can't you? Yeah, well, so, like, museums will be a museum if you make it a dining hall. Yeah, you would just have to make it into a dining hall zone over top of stuff that would be classified as a museum. So, yeah, you could do that. You just have to make it a dining hall or an office. Because it would reclassify the office as a museum if there was stuff in it to do that. I mean, I'm Canadian, so it's, like, culturally impossible for me to make something that's British. You'd need a British person to do that. Just saying. I feel like if I made something that was British, that would be cultural appropriation. Which would be very British, admittedly. Just gonna reassign you because, like, I'm starting to believe you're not working. Yeah, there is a stack of blocks there. They're just very uninterested in moving them. Oh boy, we should really just lock the door, shouldn't we? Or make a temporary holding cell. Where is this thing? This is why I'm thinking about just doing this, because there's so many of them. Okay, so this one is really far down. This one can probably make its way up, but it's going to take a while. So Forgotten Beast named Agua Dasolodi Gushabakwi, a great feathered mite. It has mandibles and it is ravening. Its cardinal feathers are long and sparse. Beware its poison gas. And Corpse Man is throwing another tantrum. I'm just going to go here and do this. Gonna remove your other tasks so you can go be a better mayor. This can just get deconstructed. Let's lock everybody inside. And then go down to here. Let's let them run up this way. Raymond, beardless dwarf, preferably not military. Do you have any professions that you'd prefer, or nah? How's the mayor sound? Although they're not the happiest. Unless you have a particular profession in mind. I got plenty of beardless dwarves. Including the one that's literally currently running to go do a strange mood. Who's got a fractured foot. I wonder. Probably want silk. Mayor sounds good? Okay. Very recent addition to the mayors. I think I spelled your name right. Romanoid? Romanoid Troll is frequently depressed, unfriendly, and disagreeable, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. Occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand and finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She is assertive and she is trusting and she prefers to present herself modestly. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and often feels lustful. She has a calm demeanor and she often is cheerful. She begins to talk rapidly when she gets angry and she exhales slowly and deliberately when she starts getting bored. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. Strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best and finds blind honesty foolish. Values tranquility and a peaceful day and sees working hard as a foolish waste of time. Welcome to the fort. Where is this beast at? Ah. Well, 'tis coming into the fort. I never hooked that up to be lockable, so. So this is a poison gas bug, the Mocus Gil. It's also in my fort, by the way. I'm just gonna lock this door so it doesn't kill this dwarf. Hey, chat, remind me in a minute to go get probably Jody out of here, please. Probably not going to live too long because it is just a bug. And the soldiers are directly next to it. Oh, they're right above it, actually. Probably punching down. Swords Dwarf strikes the Forgotten Beast in the body with an iron shield and bruising the fat. Are you injured again? Oh, come on. I literally healed all your wounds. Hold on a second. How many pairs of clothing do you have on? How many cloaks do you have? 4 cloaks? I mean, hey, if you insist. Meanwhile, over here, Donut. Doing pretty good work by punching the Forgotten Beast as well. Forgotten Beast is bleeding heavily and dies very quickly. You'll have to see it. Bro is chilly, I guess so. So did you get any awkward side effects from that? Nothing new. You know what only just dawned on me the other day? That they name the names of the creatures like beast sickness or demon nausea. I had no idea that they actually like have names for the symptoms for like forgotten beast poison and stuff. There's somebody's ear randomly. That's lovely. Jody's locked up. Yep, you're correct. Not anymore. Not anymore. All right, so the thing that I was working on, the other thing that I was working on is I was trying to get a lava reservoir right here. Which simply requires me... let's just dig down into there on those spots. Dig out this all the way along here, all the way down to there. And then all I need to do is just channel through here. Very easy. There goes your sum streak. Oh no, Fire and Ice. I mean, you keep the, like, historic resubs. You just don't keep the streak if you missed it by 30 days. But it's no hard feelings, though. It happens to the best of us. Sounds like there's at least one earless dwarf wandering around. Yeah, named Zuglar, of all things. Will dwarves ever be able to build walls and stairs diagonally and downwards? Don't ask me that question. Ask the developers of this video game that question. I have no answer for you. I hope they never have the ability to build on a layer that they're not on, though. Because that would make them into tall Mario. Because the reason they can't do that right now is because they can't reach it. So I hope not that, but diagonals, I have no idea. Ask the developers. That would very, 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 very heavily change the gameplay if they could build on a layer that they weren't on. But things are pretty good. Big Bang, how you been? Same with you, C-Roy. And King of Pudding. I don't know, did you kill it, Donut? That Forgotten Beast wasn't super memorable, so... Looks like you did kill it. Donut. You killed it by kicking it in the head. He deserved it. I suppose so.
Oh God, is it almost 2 years already?
We'll just go with yes. We'll just go with yes. Oh, okay. Auto dig still on. Next 2.5 of the weeks are the busiest of the year. Really? For some reason, now I'm suddenly suspecting that you work in the tax industry. Where is... Oh, no, not that. CH. Is lava safe, damn it. I'll have to get all of this out of here. getting these dwarves out of here so that they can escape. But yeah, thank you so much for the 23rd month, man. Seriously, just as a reminder, you know, this is a crowdfunded channel. Wouldn't be here if it wasn't for those resubs. Which is why I'm going to just point out that it only costs you 1 penny in bits here on Twitch to get number 2 on the leaderboard. Yeah, there's tons of Lignite on this map, man. Tons of it. Which is actually really annoying when I accidentally set it on fire, but I digress. Yeah, it looks like silk was what they needed. What you grabbing now? Tunnel tube logs. Nice. You love to see it, Big Bang? Tax adjacent, gotcha. Very few businesses are busy at this time of year, so. I can't, so Ivy Bins, 2 things about me. Number 1, I don't speculate or try not to speculate about things that I have no idea. That would change the gameplay pretty dramatically. I personally wouldn't make that change. I'm not the person to ask. I don't know how possible those changes even are. You'd have to ask the developers. There's a Discord that KitFox Games runs where Putnam is very active. Go babble in there because you'll get more accurate responses and you'll get better responses. I will just say, would be neat, but I'm not going to talk about whether or not I would want that because I think I have a position of influence and I don't want to accidentally influence my audience into thinking that something is happening that is not. So I wouldn't make that change. I wouldn't want a zone to just tell dwarves to climb here. Wouldn't want that. Would not want that. Don't want that. Do not want that. Maybe you do. Go talk to the developers, not me, please. You think it's going to rain tomorrow? I mean, are you trying to make me dox myself? It's been raining most of last week. I mean, today it's like very foggy, but not rainy. I don't know, maybe. Be cool if it did. Would be cool if it didn't. If it doesn't rain tonight, I will go grocery shopping tonight. Otherwise, I will go grocery shopping tomorrow. There was a giant cave spider who tried to catch it before it went to your trap and a forgotten beast. Composed of gold, smashed it. Yeah, something like that. Suited Draft. Thanks for the 28th month, and thanks for helping keep the channel funded. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, I just as a note to the YouTube chat, it might seem like I'm being frustrating, or like intentionally like indirect when it comes to like speculative features. But when it's stuff that's like so far out of the realm of anything the game does right now, I've learned in the past that if I speculate, and this was me with a much smaller audience, people will start to talk about that feature, and then without too much time passing, people will start to talk about it like it's something that's actively being worked on. Like, I've seen people on the subreddit before say, Blind said that they're making this. No, I never said that. I was speculating with chat about a feature that doesn't exist that probably won't. So I've learned my lesson there, and I don't do that now. It might seem frustrating, and it's kind of frustrating to me too, but it's just the smart way of doing things I've learned. And chat room, not one of you have posted a beer for a tier 3 28-month sub. What the fuck? Sag. Fuck beer? Well, fuck you then. Yeah. This is a business. I have to, like, entice you into subscribing so you can post the beer emote, right? Or I'll just keep staring at my constantly dropping Twitch sub count and cry myself to sleep every night like I have been the past month. I don't know what more you want from me. I think you want this stream to continue existing without Surfshark ads, but, you know, I don't know, are they even advertising on streams anymore? Thank you, UGDPY. Is Burr okay too? Burr's okay too, but I prefer you beer. Oh, I know. Wolf, I know. My view count's not down, though. My view count's actually up. No, I mean, you know, it's a business, so you gotta pester. You gotta do the thing. You know, it's always a fucking meme, right? Because of Ninja saying Twitch Prime, blah 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 blah. But you know, it's true, right? You know, you gotta make a living. Still gonna use Bert. I mean, hey, you do you, man.
Almost lost my fancy beer emote.
J Martin, thanks for the Prime for 6 months. Welcome back, mate. Dr. K Blue Shadow, thanks for the 5th month with Prime. Corpus Dialecti, thanks for the 5 months with Prime. It just scrolled because somebody followed and I lost it. And appreciate you. Now it's a hype train. I don't know what you need to do with this information. Nothing or everything. I thought you were going to say you haven't been fired, so I presume that's also the case. Suited. See, Roy, thanks for the Prime. Appreciate you. I just pretend it's cider. Or Thesaurus. We got black cap logs, lavender jades, conglomerate blocks, mule leather, cave spider silk, black cap logs, and spore tree. I mean, it makes sense why subscriptions are down for everybody. It's because, like, you know, currently it just so happens that most people are shoving money into their mattresses instead of spending it on frivolous things such as Twitch subscriptions. And honestly, that's probably a smart thing. Oh, it's all good, Nox. The fact that you're still lurking means a lot. I'm not bothered at all if people don't resub, by the way. Like, do what you need to do. Take care of yourself. This is pointless entertainment. That being said, I will still occasionally do the, like, you know, hey, support the gent kind of thing, because it is still a business. As much as it's fun to meme about. It is still a business. Okay, let's cut out this and this and just make this look a little nicer. A dwarven caravan has arrived. It's almost trading season. And another Forgotten Beast has arrived. This one's Gaket Ostwarzak Rexus, and it has come. It is an enormous three-eyed dung beetle. It has a long swinging trunk and a bloated body. Its white exoskeleton is leathery. Beware its deadly blood. Do you see now why I'm going to capture beasts in this fort? Because there's so friggin' many. Okay, this one might take a little bit for it to get to me. Do we even have a way of blocking this off? Not positive I do. I just want to catch these things. I don't want them to get into my fort. Do I prefer 2 wide or 3 wide? It depends on what I'm building, where I'm building it, and it varies. Sometimes I do 5 wide. Sometimes I do 75 wide. Buried Terrors the Sinful. What kind of... How many kills do you have, Monsieur Dung Beetle? Mr. D? A lot. Oh. Wow. You've been busy over the years. We almost got you on the Satan year, too. Minute 30 seconds left on the hype train. Doors have been breakable for quite some time now. Maybe about 6 months. But yeah, I would say doors are fully operational once again. Did I lock it successfully? Nope. Tun, the weaver, has created a Murakang, a cave spider silk rope, and offers it to the head cave of Clobbering. Hype Train requires another 7 subscriptions, primes or otherwise, or $31 in bits to level up. It's there if you're interested. Otherwise, don't worry about it. I'm going to just place this here. And then see where this beast is. Amazing Crane, thanks for the 7 subscriptions. Appreciate you greatly, man. So it is going for this. Just keeps getting distracted by something. As for what, I'm not sure. Oh, the dwarves are having to take the long way, aren't they? Yes, they can go away if you disable them in the difficulty setting amongst chunk. Did it not level up? Wow. Anyway, thank you very much for the hype train. Appreciate you, man. That is the weirdest hype train of all time, because apparently you missed it, which doesn't make any sense to me, but regardless, thanks for the 7-pack. I don't know why that didn't level it up. See where this beast is. Still underground. But yeah, if you go to the difficulty settings, you can disable Cavern Invaders. I have them disabled. It's, if you go here and you go to Cavern and Dweller scale, just set those 2 numbers to 0. And you won't get any Cavern Invaders. I usually just turn them off. Sometimes I leave them on, but usually I just turn them on. Why did you not finish building that one? Dwarf, please. So sad you can't melt clowns with Dragonfire. Yeah, me too. That's weird. Feels like you should be able to do that. Oh, phew, you're doing both of them. Mayor says, meets with the Baron Consort Zathan, who is my outpost liaison, which is neat. I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. Merit deserves reward. I come empowered to establish this colony as official land of our realm. Can you imagine the trade wagons? Of course, there are responsibilities, and nobility must live well. I will do that once I am prepared to catch beasts, which we're not yet. And also once my front door is done, because it's ugly right now. Very ugly. I'm actually just going to delete this stockpile. Make a new one. And set you still to other stone and economic stone, sans coal and lignite. Yes. And I'll load you. We'll see if that'll make that work better, maybe. Captain Sigismund, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. I mean, you can also nerf them significantly. Like, if you want to have the cavern creatures, but you don't like want them to be at full capacity at all times, I would recommend just heavily nerfing them, because like if you set it. If you set them to be, you know, very, very, very nerfed, and they're just less of a threat, you'll have a lot more, not fun, that's maybe the wrong word, because of the connotations that means in Dwarf Fortress. You'll have a much more balanced gameplay experience. Maybe just 9x9. It goes all the way down nicely. How about up? It's a pretty good... What do you think? 50 beasts? I think 50 beasts is a pretty good, not unreasonable goal. How am I going to capture them? A lot of tunnels. That's how we're going to do it. A lot of tunnels and creative bridge setups.
Captain _ Sigismund cheered. X500. Recently got into Dwarf Fort. Your vids have helped so much.
Well, thank you. And thank you very much for the $5. Those dollars add up quite significantly, so appreciate you, man. Wasn't looking when I was zooming up and down. These will be my little capture compounds. Oh, wrong tool. I'm sorry, what? You made a world with tons of beasties and set mega beasts to invade every month. Plan on running your first fort to like 30 to 50 years to get them all to raid them and then train Cycla. Or tame dragons. Yeah, I mean, that's possible. Something that I've done in Worlds before in a fortress called Dragon Spike, what I did was I had 2 dragons and I managed to get them very well trained. Not tamed, but just very, very, very well trained. You do have to remember dragons take 1,000 years to get to full size, so the baby ones will be exceptionally weak. Like a bolt will kill them. However, what I was able to do was I was able to train that one dragon very, very well. And training that one dragon had a benefit, which was when that dragon appeared in a later fort, when the dragon appeared in a fort later down the line, it was already trained. So essentially, I had a... How do I put this? I had a dragon that appeared out of nowhere that would normally be like evil, but instead of being evil was a friendly dragon, and it was kind of lovely. So just immediately had a dragon appear that was just like, well, you're already trained, so that's good. So I would yeah, definitely support trying to do stuff like that because that stuff's fun. All right, I'm going to reiterate what I said a couple minutes ago. For me, it's been about a year, Lanix. It was always a feature in older versions of the game, but hasn't been a feature in a very long time. It was put back into one of the beta branch builds as a unofficial, not particularly announced patch note. And, or as part of one of those patches, but not really ever posted in the patch notes. And made it into the main branch when Adventure Mode released. It's about friggin' time. Yeah, we're going to use bridges. I'm not going to use... Pressure plates won't be activated by the beasts, though, so I can't use pressure plates. But it will use bridges. I know it won't use Sam Porter bridges. Just bridges. Also, hatch covers, which I should probably start making. That might be a bridge too far. Also, a lot of glass. We'll use a bunch of glass. Sam Porter Bridges is the name of the character in Death Stranding. So, yes, it's a joke. As far as whether or not it matters. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go down here. And I'm going to make a garbage dump zone right here. And I'm going to go into here and I'm just going to dump everything out of here. I'll also do something similar over here. Although that stuff will be done burning in like a year. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to here. Oh, huh. Traders haven't made it here yet. Just sell shirts. Sasquatch leather shirt? Excuse me. You know, it's funny. I don't actually think I've had a Gremlin Mayor yet, have I? I have had multiple Gremlin Captains of the Guard and a Gremlin Baron, but I don't actually believe I've had a Gremlin Mayor yet. Diamond. Although Gremlin may hit 100,000 views this week, which would be cool. It's slowed down pretty considerably since its initial launch because it's been a couple days since it's been out, but someone was wearing a Bigfoot? It looks like it. 689 items. It's a lot of shirts. You've cracked into your very first Spire 2? Yeah, no, I would say that, like, for me, it feels like it's been about a year. That, like, throughout the adventure mode beta, doors started getting destroyed more often. But, like, trolls were always able to break doors. It's just like Forgotten Beasts and stuff that stopped. But even then, still, not all of them can do it. So it's something that'll kind of catch you off, but, like, cave dragons can do it. I think the reason we were so perplexed about it for a while with is just because trolls weren't there. But now that trolls are back, you see it a lot more. They destroy them, right? You've never seen them just poof out of existence? So there's 3 levels of building destroyers. There's ones that topple them, and then there's ones that destroy them. The ones that topple them are like the lower level. And the higher level are the ones that just unexist the door. Happy to help. Ulysses Twister. Or Uncle Twister, not Ulysses. It wouldn't work nowadays, Orifice Horse, because Boat Murdered was made in a version of the game from 2006. This is the problem whenever Boat Murdered comes up in, like, the public sphere. Boat Murdered does a lot of things that just straight up aren't in the game anymore. Or, like, it has a lot of interactions that, like, couldn't happen now because the game is so much more... has so many more systems on top of those old systems. So it would be theoretically possible that you could try and force reenact some of those systems, but you wouldn't be able to do that now. Like with the same like stories that happened in that fort. It just wouldn't happen. It wouldn't be possible. I need to replace my commander because the other one here is too injured. Ads are about to start here on Twitch. When they start, I will pause the game. And to wrap back around to a conversation from 30 minutes ago, YouTube chat, you are more than welcome to speculate all you want about Dwarf Fortress features. Just don't ask me to speculate. Zakath, Gongastathim Amas Anan has come, an eyeless lobster. It has a broad shell and it undulates rhythmically. Sounds like a lobster. Its slate gray exoskeleton is waxy. Beware its hunger for warm blood. Oh, those are scary. Hunger for warm blood just immediately means moves fast, is scary, is mean. Squished shadow, the depth of nights. Yeah, huh? Yikes. Well, that is terrifying. What I need to do is I need to trade. Is trading ready? Yes. Trade what's here and then cancel the rest of the trading. Let's see if I can lock it out. Or at the very least, like, get the dwarves out of its path of destruction. Buy the books. Don't need that minecart. Sure, I'll buy the cheese. I will do this, and then I will do that, and then cancel it, which just erases all bring items to depot orders. Now we're in an ad break, so we'll just wait another few seconds for it to be done. Certainly seems like some sort of rock lobster. Because this thing's going to be mean. This might be the first one I try to catch. Because I can have the first setup to catch one pretty quick. Now we just hope that everybody's inside. Okay, so where's the beast then? Oh, it's off my screen? What? Oh, did somebody catch it? Oh shit, what? Huh. The... Okay. Who did that? I do have a Domas. Did you just like... Yeah, you just happened upon it. Literally just hit it once. Whapped it in the head. Well, damn. Good job, I guess? Good job. It's dead, yes. Is in fact it's dead. Speaking of it's dead. Place another mechanism here. Do I really only have one? What? That's wild. Especially considering I'm going to need so many. Oh, they must have all... Yeah, they all went to this. That's where they all went. Where is my mechanism maker? I'll just plunk one down right here so that's quickish. And some migrants have arrived. You're a novice axe dwarf, eh? Clumsy, not creative. Welcome to the fort. You don't tend to make for dwarves? So dwarves only crave and or need the clothing that they've had previously. So if dwarves haven't had a certain type of clothing previously, they don't ever need it and won't ever need it, if that makes any sense. So essentially, it doesn't matter what clothes I make for my dwarves. It shouldn't matter to you either. The only clothing that matters is the clothing that the dwarves actively already wear. So check your dwarves, see what they're wearing, and if it's clothing that you already have, then you don't need to worry about it. It's quite literally that simple. I'm just cooling down the number of jobs pretty dramatically here. No, because they'll want the same clothing that their mom wears. And as soon as they become an adult, they will want the clothing that their mom wears, because they inherit their parents' needs. But literally, like, just look at what the dwarves are wearing, and that's all that you need to make. So I tend to make what they need, and then I will slowly expand from there. I'm kind of glad that masks aren't, because they look very goblin-y. They just don't look dwarfy to me at all. Every faction needs some unique things. I wouldn't mind it being a super rare dwarven item on occasion. I wouldn't mind that, but I don't need it to be a dwarven item by default when it comes to masks. But that's just me. Do not buy sandals, no. Unless you want your dwarves to be pretty upset. Only if they're already wearing sandals. Midnight X. But then you also can't stop your dwarves from equipping the sandals, so I would just make the human shoes. I'm glad you like it, Cryad, in the YouTube chat. And thanks, by the way, to the 121 of you watching on YouTube. Don't forget to leave a like on the stream and help tell YouTube to go like and watch the stream more. And to those of you here on Twitch, thank you very much as well. Appreciate you guys. You'd like capes. No capes! You don't want to die like Gazer Beam or Dyna Guy. I need to rewatch the original Incredibles. Do dwarves dislike sandals? No, dwarves can't make sandals. So because dwarves can't make them, my phone just vibrated, and it's at the other end of the room. Let me check it. Because dwarves can't make sandals, they get upset when the sandals, because they'll just wear if they have a clothing item on, they'll wear it until it rots off their body. But if you can't make it, then you can't replace it. Is my phone provider sending me a text saying my phone bill's ready to be paid? Well, it's automatic, so. So it's not that dwarves dislike sandals. Dwarves will wear sandals, and they like sandals. The problem with sandals is that, like, if they're dwarf-sized, so if you get them from elves, you can't replicate them. So they'll just wear the sandals until they rot off their body, and clothing rotting off their body is almost the equivalent of a parent dying in front of them for how traumatic that can be for a dwarf. Yeah, I mean, it's the reason I don't ever really let humans into my forts. Private parking. Fun fact. To me, version 50 of Dwarf Fortress, so the first version of Dwarf Fortress that came out on Steam, is the first version of the game ever where dwarves could make any kind of underwear. So it was the very first ever version of the game where dwarves could make loincloths and underwear. And so to me, canonically, the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress will forever be and will always be the Undies update, because that is when dwarves discovered the joy of boxer shorts, or underwear in general. There are no good or bad races in Dwarf Fortress. Well, demons are bad. Everybody else is there. They all have different goals and different ethics. And it depends on the leader, because different leaders have different goals, right? So if the leader of a human faction is more... Oh, shit, I forgot to place those slabs that I made. If a leader of a human faction is more of a warmonger, yeah, sure, you could consider them kind of evil. But there are lots of very trade-focused human leaders that are great. Dwarf Fortress is a game of, like, the color gray. It's not really a hard line, this is good and this is evil, with the exception of maybe the demon overlords of the goblins, because the goblins are canonically demon spawn and created by evil gods, or allowed to exist by evil gods. So I would say the only canonically evil beings in Dwarf Fortress are the overlords of the demon factions. Yeah, I mean, like, elves are just religious fanatics, and their religion is nature, right? Like, they speak for they're the Lorax. You know, is the Lorax evil? I don't think so. In fact, if you go by the, like, actual, like, meaning of that original story, like, no, the Lorax isn't evil. The Lorax is just, he speaks for the trees. Right? I like the Lorax. Lorax is great. It's one of my favorite Dr. Seuss stories. But for me, I like the different factions because they're fun for different reasons, right? Like, the humans bring the widest variety of foodstuffs, and also the most unusable gear, but they also bring the most books. Elves bring giant animals, which are really fun, as well as some rare foodstuffs. Basically, like, elves for trading are like specialized, very specialized goods. Whereas the trading with other dwarven factions, you know, you'll get the most dwarfy things, the most usable things. And I think that those options all exist and make the game interesting for that reason. They're also fun to fight for different reasons. Like, elves are fun to fight because they're like mounted cavalry, basically. Like, their gear that in and of itself isn't that good, but they have the most interesting mounts. They have the most interesting animals that they attack you with, and that's fun. Humans are kind of annoying to fight because they siege, so they just kind of hang around at the edge of the map and wait for a while and then kind of leave, unless you go out of your way to fight them. And humans can be fun to fight too. I would say necromancers are kind of evil, but not evil in a, like, warmongery sense. The necromancers just create things that are evil. Because the zombies are evil. Because the zombies are just murder hobos. They just kill whatever's near them that aren't other zombies. So, necromancers, yeah, you can make an argument that all necromancers are evil. I generally think that necromancers are just whatever species they are, from whatever culture they are, just with weird hobbies. Like, they just have an odd obsession with the wrong parts of science. But, like, doesn't necessarily make them evil, it just makes them exceptionally selfish. I think that the way that Dwarf Fortress can, like, simulate different cultures is very interesting. You can also change the amount of trees you can chop down in the difficulty settings. So you can allow, like, thousands of trees per year with the elves if you don't want that to be an issue. Yeah, no, absolutely. Sometimes, like, necromancers are very integrated into society. Sometimes, some factions they're not. Like, you can actually, like, if you go through legends for different civs, sometimes you'll have civs where, like, a necromancer just takes over, becomes king, and then there's just necromancy everywhere. Sometimes you'll have a necromancer who maybe doesn't take over, but, like, exists within society for a while and then gets exiled for appearing to not age, because that's strange and weird and that's terrifying. But it all depends on the faction, right? Like, so it depends on the gods they worship, the types of ethics that faction has, and that varies from faction to faction. They always have, and they've, as far as I know, always will. Coglorf. I mean, I have a theory about this, and I love it, which is that in real life, trees can send a nutrient through mushroom networks, and they can also, what's the word? Alongside of sending stuff through mushroom networks, bearded dwarf who's in the army. Crane is impeccably curious without any respect for that says property, but it doesn't. I don't see the R there. What the fuck? My eyes are just like fucking up today. Property or privacy, and he is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction. He tends to make a mess with his own. Now it looks fine. What the fuck? He tends to make a mess with his own possessions and tends to avoid crowds. He is trusting and he tends to hang on to grievances. He is a friendly individual and he finds helping others emotionally rewarding. He is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He often feels. He occasionally overindulges, and he is troubled by this since he values self-control. He has a greedy streak, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent, feels that those who attempt to conceal their emotions are vain and foolish, and hates those who wield power over others, and finds moderation and self-control to be very important, and finds ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish. Values tranquility and a peaceful day. Dreams of mastering a skill, like Selfrite, as well as fine pewter and a blue diamond, buzzard bone, and short swords, hammerhead sharks for their oddly shaped heads. When possible, prefers to consume giant dingo, peach cider, and rye flour. You have three friends in the fort, actually, and one of them's an axe lord. And you're obviously a member of the Order of Dust, the God of Death, and you're a member of the Craft Store Guild. Welcome to the fort. All right, what was I talking about? Hello, Rylais. Oh yeah, mushroom trees. My headcanon theory about mushroom trees is that the reason elves get upset with you chopping down mushroom trees is because the above ground trees use the mushroom trees networks to send information and like send nutrients to one another, essentially making it so that you're more or less cutting their phone line when you chop down those trees. I know how Tarn has like floated the idea of maybe making them not care about the cavern trees. I like that they care about the cavern trees, and I hope they don't change it. I would be very, very sad if they changed it. Yes, mushroom trees are trees. You said it in the sentence. You said mushroom tree. Tree is tree. I think that the elves should be a bigger threat too, but that's my headcanon. It's not the fact. It's just the game considers all trees equal, so they're all programmed the same. So that's why the game cares. But I just think it's a fun headcanon. That's all. What are you doing? Probably getting gear, I guess. Well, a cactus is a tree, right? I don't actually know. I mean, they care about plants and stuff. I mean, if you play in adventure mode and you talk to people, they'll constantly go on about how a war began over the disagreement of the treatment of plants. Just plants in general. So, I mean, I guess by that logic, they would care about more than just plants even. Nope. You are a axe dwarf currently, my friend. You are currently an axe dwarf. I'm not sure why they ain't dumping this stuff. Ah. They requested a Metalsmith's Guild a while ago, and then I failed to finish it because we kept getting attacked by Forgotten Beasts, so now I can make it. going to be quite a large guild. A metalsmith's hall. Done. Now it's official. Good wireless headset. I don't use wireless devices, so I certainly can't. Chat, recommend a good wireless headset. Go. Not sure why. Let's just lock them in here.
Always good to be here.
Thank you very much for the Prime sub for a 7th month. Maggie Ukome. Still convinced I'm mispronouncing your name, but yeah, I'm seeing a lot of HyperX Cloud recommendations. Yeah, personally, I don't use wireless headsets, so I use wired everything. I don't even own a wireless headset, if that says anything about me. So I love the name of Razer's devices because they're kind of keeping the spirit of like adolescent immaturity video gaming alive. And I kind of love them for that. It doesn't rely on Bluetooth. Why that? I mean, I don't. I think gamers have, like, the audience for video games has grown up a lot since gamers were capital G gamers with a Z. I like to think we've grown up a lot, which generally make us more pleasant people to be around too, which is, I think that's beneficial. I don't know. Yeah, audio delays. Yeah, I guess I never really thought about, like, that being a going... Did something topple? Seeing them hauling blueberries, going, where the fuck are you getting these blueberries from? Oh, no. I think the traders dropped a bunch of stuff. Yeah, they super duper did. Well, that sucks. I need to stop letting them do that. I mean, this is, like, you guys talking about problems with Bluetooth is why I use wired headsets. The only device in my entire house I use Bluetooth for is my TV, and that's because it literally doesn't have an audio out jack outside of HDMI, and I ain't using HDMI for audio because I don't have any devices compatible with that, because I'm weird, I guess. I don't know. I disabled them, King of Pudding. Like, genuinely, I disabled them. And I have zero intention of re-enabling them. I think there's some Olm people that were the default spawn, which are just there. Oh. Rhino gave birth to baby rhinos, and they immediately fell off the waterfall, and they're now drowning. That's terrifying. Yeah, basically every cavern-focused fortress I do now, I just disable them. Because, like, I don't find them even remotely worth having in a fort kind of at all. So... okay, well, how about I do it this way? Did I select diorite? I meant to select rock salt. What? Are they going to become a problem? Hit this button, go to other, and then look them up. Are they hostile? Are they wild animal? Are they friendly? Are they tame? That'll answer your question. But probably. They're probably trying to kill you. I don't know why else they'd be following you. Well, actually, hold on. Just trying to get all of this stuff hauled out of here. Although a lot of them currently are doing that construction, which I told them to do because I told them to do it. So they're all going down here and they're all constructing all this. And we're actually getting cinnabar out of this, which is fun. So what I'm thinking is I'm going to build this little room with a drawbridge on either side. And then probably a hatch cover so I can just make sure they don't, get out. And a door that they'll have to destroy. And then a drawbridge. And we can use this as a way to, put up a roadblock for them. And then when it's all done, because I'm doing the center out of glass, you'll be able to look all the way up and down these and see glass all the way down, which hopefully will be as cool as I think it might be when it's done. So, exciting. If a dwarf says that they enjoy an animal or species, if there is a trained or tame version of that animal in your fortress that you have as your livestock and you click this button, that dwarf may claim that animal as a pet. That is what that means. So like as an example, I've got this black mamba down here who I could make available as a pet. And if somebody wants it as a pet and they like that type of animal, they'll go after it. Same with these two tortoises. That's what that means. If they're constantly canceling, I try and figure out why it's canceling and then sort the issue out and then make them do it. But you can mass uncancel by going into this screen and just click, click, click. But it's usually like whoever was doing the task had to stop it to go do something else, like they got hungry or something, or something scared them, or like a dwarf tantrumed in the way, or you deconstructed a thing that caused a block to move, and then they don't know what block they're assigned to put there anymore. I'm not sure where I said that, Tantalizer. No, we just named it the Black Mamba. Oh, it killed a goblin thief that ran into the room with it. Pearl Ash is for clear glass, yeah. I mean, if you've managed to find tameable angels, theoretically, but it would be very unlikely that a dwarf happened to like that specific kind of angel. You can disable them. You do not need to use DF hack to disable them. I have them disabled in this fort. Loaf of bread in YouTube chat. Go to your difficulty settings. Go to Cavern Invaders, which... No, I'm not seeing them. These two. Cavern Dweller. And Cavern Dweller Scale. Just set those numbers to 0, and they'll go away. You do not need DF hack to get rid of them. I mean, DF hack will clear them if you have them and you need them gone, but just disable them. Even Tarn recommends just deleting them from the game, so... Like, that's a very common take to have. You cannot make a sentient creature a pet of another sentient creature, no. Dwarf Fortress does not have any kind of slavery mechanics for dwarves. It has some world generation ones for goblins and humans, but not for dwarves. Dwarves consider that to be an offense punishable by death, as it should be. No, but if a human who likes dwarves can show up, they'd want to be friends with dwarves. I like record collectors because record collectors are cool and I collect records. So thus I want to be friends with record collectors. I'm not going to lock you up in my basement unless, like, we've both consented to that. And in that case, that's totally fine. No problems there. I don't think that's, like, a strange thing. But human can show up to try and become a citizen. But it's usually more because they like the free beer. Anything else. If a character like a human, an elf, a goblin, or a dwarf in the behind-the-scenes simulation doesn't have the right ethics to want to be part of their faction, they can leave that faction. Yes, if that's what you're asking. Like if you play 90 minutes of adventure mode and wander around a human town, there will be a lot of non-humans in the human town. If you wander around a dwarven fortress, there will be a lot of goblins and humans and sometimes elves even in the dwarven fortress. Dwarf Fortress is very, 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 very multicultural in the behind-the-scenes simulation, just not in fortress mode. For the reason that we discussed sort of earlier, it's really goddamn annoying to make clothing for humans in a dwarven fortress. And that is literally the whole reason why. It's not like why you don't just get migrants from other races in fortress mode, is because it is really annoying to manage. It's less of a hating a specific race. I don't think that trait actually exists. However, there is a trait that does exist, which is a dwarf is... Oh man, I can't remember the exact wording for it. Stone, if Stone's here, Stone might. They're very tolerant of those that have a different appearance or culture. They're accepting of those that have a different appearance or culture. Or they distrust those that appear unusual or live differently, is the definitions that the game uses. So basically, like, somebody who was born in a different faction, that dwarf is less likely to become friends with and more likely to get into arguments with. Any creature can have that trait. So a human can have that trait, a goblin can have that trait, an elf can have that trait. Dwarves are very, very neutral in that regard and tend to lean towards the more accepting, just inherently, like, because the different races in Dwarf Fortress have, like, different built-in defaults and limitations. So, like, a goblin could absolutely despise those that appear unusual or live differently. A dwarf is, like, biologically incapable of that. But, like, they all swing in different directions depending on their upbringing. And it highly depends on where they were, like, raised and what faction they grew up in and how their childhood went, and etc. Snatchers, think of the children. Zero Effort Gaming, hello. Well, thanks for watching the videos. Cheers, man. All right, well, we've got Strap Hate. Doesn't like seatbelts very much. Let's send the squaddies out here, which won't take them too long. Yeah, if I want to say I have a command for it. I think it's !ethics. Yeah, there's a link to all the different civ ethics. But those are just the default civilization ethics. Those can vary from civ to civ. It's like, if you murder a neutral entity that's part of your faction, that is a very strict offense for dwarves. For goblins, it's like personal decision and not a crime, which is really funny when you're in adventure mode and you're just walking around murder hoboing all of the goblin citizens, and they're just like, hello, what's up? How's that? And then their head goes flying because it's not illegal to kill people. Whereas, like, it is illegal to lie in goblin cultures. So if you're in a goblin area and you're just wandering around murdering everybody, that's totally fine. But if you lie about what your name is and they catch you deciding what to lie about what your name is, they will all attack you. So if you just, like, stand there and you're just like, my name is Lycott McDurf and stuff, and they're like, no, you're Urist. You lied. Then all of the civilians will attack you. It's really funny. I don't know. I find that hysterical. It's like, no, you're not. You're Gary. But yeah, I have a getting started guide for both adventure mode and fortress mode, which is just like, here's the basics. Gary, no, as they say. So many dump item jobs. I just want to get this stuff done. I just want to get all these boulders out of here so that I don't have boulders stuck in them for forever. Gary will eventually. Hey, there's worse things you could be thinking about, hey? So I'm not sure why you can't hang on to them. I will say this, just don't use ballistas. Ballistas are basically busted in the current game. And actually, what might be happening is they might be going into bins, because I think ballista ammo goes into bins. So if you have, like, a weapons stockpile, that might include siege ammo. I think is siege ammo underneath weapon stock? Anyway, if you have a stockpile that includes siege ammo that you're not aware of, they could be in bins if you're looking for them. But I would just recommend against using ballista in general, because they're not very good. They're under furniture? Okay, so yeah, I would look into removing those from your furniture stockpile, is what I would do. Presuming those 3 fortresses are in the same world, you can go visit your old fortresses, and it's the same world. So, as an example, did an artifact get stolen in your fort at some point? You can go find that artifact, if you remember the name of it. Did anybody get kidnapped? You can go free those prisoners. Did anybody get imprisoned while you're attacking anybody? You can go free those prisoners. You can go to your fortress and find your 3 favorite dwarves, ask them to join you on adventures, walk to a fortress that you recently started and then retired, and then retire that whole adventurer party there in your new fortress, and then reclaim the new fortress, and then you have those adventurers there. Are you tired of a particular necromancer that keeps attacking you? Go kill him. Are you tired of a particular goblin leader? Go kill him. Are you tired of your mayor? Well, go kill him. Like, that's how it basically, like, it's the same world, but a different perspective. Smooch him. There is no love-making or relationship mechanics in adventure mode currently. So you cannot smooch him. You could bite his nose off, though. Or his tongue. Might not have the same effect that you're looking for, but, you know. Yeah, Dick Van Dyke. Currently, ballistas are one of the things on the docket to be reworked, because they are designed for the game. They were originally made for Dwarf Fortress when Dwarf Fortress was 2 dimensions back in 2006, and they haven't been updated since. And the mechanics have changed a lot around them, making them virtually useless. Like, they can be useful if set up perfectly, but they're more of a pain in the butt than they're worth. Do not have an adventurer that wants to make a family or fall in love, no. Because they will be sad forever. They also can't do that in adventure mode. Or in fortress mode, rather. But adventure mode is, like, the best way to get weird non-dwarven characters in your fort. Because you could just go start a party of, like, 15 goblins, 2 dwarves, and a gorlak. And then go walk, like, retire your fortress, then walk to that fortress, and then reclaim the fortress. And yeah, you'll have to do some reset up once you reclaim the fortress, but then all those characters will just be in your fortress, and you'll have a bunch of, like, either specifically well-skilled characters or, you know, whatever. And it keeps things interesting. At least, I think it's interesting. Yeah, go jump down a tunnel into hell, and then ask the first demon you see for directions and be told, "There is no way out of here," and then get stabbed to death. I'm not speaking with experience. I've never had anything like that happen to me. Not even sure where they're going. Just do be aware that elephant men that are retired in your fortress do require grazing zones. They need to have a grazing pasture or they will starve to death. So if you're going to go crazy with, like, elephant men or rhino people, do be aware, for them to not starve to death in fortress mode, they need grass. But don't worry, there are other giant animal people that don't, such as walruses. I don't think walrus men need... Okay, now I'm second guessing myself. Chat, do walrus men need to graze? No? Okay, there you go. Sans panda. Is that anything like a comic sans panda, or is that a different kind of panda? Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna make these invisible. Okay, so they're still there. They're just now invisible. Right. Closer to Sad Panda, I guess. Walrus eat... Well, in real life, they eat fish, but... I should also just... dig this down a level. Just connect it to here. Well, 2 levels, actually. Wouldn't even be remotely difficult to do. We'll do that later. Right now the drawbridge works just fine. So you right here is now locked off. Let's hope I did this correctly. Who's ready to see a lot of lava appear down here? Just need a miner to come running over this way. That filled pretty damn quick. All right, now, just like that, I should have a proper forge. Oh, can they not get down there? Oh, I see the problem. I see where I screwed it up. They also can't get over there. Go figure. Coins are different in each world. So it depends on what your world is what image is what will be minted on your coins. I think I have coins. Yeah, I've been making coins for a while. We got iron coins. That's from the year 380. On the front of the coin is a superiorly designed image of Zos, the dwarf, and dwarves. Zos is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Zos to the position of queen in the year 8. What else do we have? This is 376. Erdim, the year, the finely designed image of Manom Fenced Bar, the dwarf and dwarves. Manom Fenced Bar is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the position of Count of the Tower of Clobbering. On the coin's back is a rendition of the Carnal Net, an exceptionally designed image of 2 warriors. Yeah, it's different every year. I think you can design them, but I've never tried. Sheep just gave birth to 5 baby lambs. We've claimed a stoneworker's shop. What do you need? You've got lead. What else do you need? Gem shining, you got that. Cloth thread, okay. What else? Gem shining, okay. Bones. Yeah, you got rock. Gem shining, okay. Ores metal, yep. Bones, called it. Also, I've got some baby rhinos that need to be assigned to trainers. Let's just... It's one of those times a year. Have to do this about once a season anyway. Sure, but there's no real reason to do that. Because the only difference between humans and dwarves mechanically is humans are bigger and worse at combat and don't need alcohol. Well, they can be worse at combat and don't need alcohol. So essentially, they're just less varied management dwarves. So yeah, absolutely, you can. There's multiple mods to play as different races in the game. I have zero interest in doing it. I don't know why you would want to, but you can if you want to. So yeah, nobody's stopping you, but I personally don't see the point, I guess. Just because the second you remove the need for alcohol, a lot of the management of the game goes away. No, well, the reason they're worse combatants, and the reason dwarves are so strong as combatants, is dwarves have the ability to go into a martial trance. That is unique to dwarves. So nothing else can go into a martial trance, and martial trance is what makes dwarves so strong. It's basically just like a bonus that allows them to completely negate the need for energy and stops them from getting tired, which is exceptionally strong. Basically, the game is designed for you to play as dwarves. Like, it's not hard to mod the game to be able to play as other factions, though, or other creatures, if you want to do that for some variety. But outside of, like, just to do it once or twice, like, I've done it. Not even on version 50, though. I've done it on, like, version 47. I played as elves, I've played as dwarves, I've played as goblins, I've played as modded variants of goblins, and I don't know. Like, it kind of doesn't do much for me, I guess. I mean, you could also just disable that very easily. Cave adaption. I really like cave adaption because, like, it forces you to decide how you're going to run a fort. Like, are you going to run like indoor-outdoor fort? Are you going to run a mostly outdoor fort? Or are you going to run an exclusively indoor fort? And I really like that variance. The miners created a shale weapon rack and offers it to the head cave of clobbering. Noted. I will chuck that in with my militia. I'm sure they will appreciate looking at it. I like that cave adaptation exists as a mechanic in Dwarfport. I like that it exists as a mechanic. In real life, it sucks. I feel you there, but that's not really what I'm talking about. Slayed Mace would be ridiculously overpowered. Which is a reason why you need to abuse bugs to actually get slayed in the game. I'm actually kind of amazed how often Slade comes up. Just as a thing. It's like... yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean, it's kind of like an overly exaggerated lack of vitamin D, is really all it is. Forgotten Beast Snang Otask Marasco Otuspos has come. An enormous quadruped composed of vomit. It has a pair of fan-like antennae, and it has a gaunt appearance. Beware its poison vapor. Where is it? Okay, it's on the surface. It could get to me. I could kill that very easily. Like, exceptionally easily. My gate's open. It could get to me. Not entirely positive that there are... Not entirely positive that this thing is a big enough threat to try and hide from, but Snang Volt Beached. The Fish of Abyss. A fishy critter. I mean, it is beelining it for the fort. I'm just going to lock it out, because I want to try and catch it. Correct, Jurist, yes. But if it makes it in, it makes it in. Nope, never mind. One of my dwarves found it and is now dueling with it. English, the competent axe dwarf, is dueling with the creature, and it's lost most of its parts. The dwarf here is terrified in the fight and managed to kill the vomit monster, but ingested too much of its poison gas and bled to death. Bless, dwarf. You are a hero. You didn't need to do that, though. Okay, so this right here, I should just finish this. It's going to go up to here. And go to there. So they should dig through that pretty quick. Right here, I'm going to put a drawbridge. And a drawbridge. I'm gonna put a door. And a door. Okay, we found the axe dwarf dead. Which means you probably need a tomb. So shit, holy shit. The Forgotten Beast, Lyrine Urek, blah, 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 has come. A feathered leech. It has wings and it is ravening. Its red feathers are downy. Beware its noxious secretions. This is why we're going to catch beasts in this fort. Okay, so let's see. Can I lock this one out? Hold on. Chat, some ads are about to run here on Twitch, and I really need to take a leak. And I also need to fill my water bottle because my coffee is cold. So I'm going to run those ads right now, go fill my water bottle, and take a piss, and I will be back in 90 seconds. Water required. Scribe is in the hospital with a destroyed left hand. I mean, I think they're all ambidextrous. I've seen soldiers like swap back and forth. All right, so Beastie is where is he? Right here. How many kills do you have? Which one? Chat. He killed a blind cave ogre. Well, which one? That's funny. Oh boy. Is the stream over? No, I just needed to take a leak. And there was an ad break, so. Didn't see that coming. The blind cave ogre. Yeah, definitely. Deaf, yes. No, not the deaf cave ogre, the blind cave ogre. All right, so let's swap them back to inside. I want to catch one. Uh-oh. Kiddo, why are you playing make-believe? Let's just block this off. If I can. I'm sure it's going to move too fast. But let's see. Let's see. If it gets here in time, then I'll let it in. Oopsies. I'm on the wrong screen, of course. You're all the way down here and can't get in. Who I need to catch separately. You're right here. I once had a Forgotten Beast that was made of fire that shot webs. So the result was it was shooting flaming webs. That was pretty horrifying. Although there's lots of creatures that it wouldn't be able to hurt, like in any way. Yeah, because it was made of fire, so there was fire all around it all the time. So the result was it was constantly shooting webs that were covered in fire. It was pretty terrifying, actually. Certainly not, like, the hardest to kill threat I've ever encountered, but... the last thing I need to do is seal the roof. Get inside, Dwarf. All right. So then let's go up to here. Hey, they did actually get it connected. Give that a tug. We are now sealed underground, and the beasts are sealed in with us. I mean, any metal beast that shoots webs is generally... basically, anything that shoots webs is dangerous for a multitude of reasons. Most of them ending in... it's a free stun that lasts an indefinite amount of time until the dwarf manages to struggle free, which is just... that's just gonna be threatening. But yeah, stuff that's hard to break... that has a good power associated with it. Any Forgotten Beast that has the ability to stun is going to be ridiculously strong. I'm going to need a big lever room for this. Just trying to figure out where to put it. Because catching beasts is a very important task that will need to get done, and it will need to get done swiftly. Maybe just back here. We had a were-lizard that went berserk and killed an Etten attacking the fort. A couple of guys got scratched, and now you're suspicious. Unless they got bit, they're good. And also, they can get bit, and if it doesn't break skin, if it only says bruised, then they're still good. So as long as they didn't get bit and it didn't break, or it didn't break skin, I'm dropping my phone, then they're good. One of your first fortresses, it had all flavor of web shooting monsters. I will never forget the fortress that I lost in like T-minus 10 seconds because I broke into a cavern lair and moments later I want to say it was a steel horse. I call it a steel horse. I think it was actually a donkey. But it was a steel like hoofed creature. And it just ran into the fort and everything died like immediately because it had webs. It killed everything in the entire fort and everybody died. It was terrifying. Free angriest dwarf. I love how like none of them are free. Solon. How'd that work? Carry magic? Well, I mean, that's a fun percent speedrun, which is just kill all starting 7 dwarves. Shigeya Makihiro. And the world record for that, I think, is like 32 seconds or something. Although, like, I've looked at it enough times where I'm like, I think I could do that faster. But I don't have the interest in even caring to try. Gary Magic is haggard. Always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of her considerations. She is dour as a rule, and she is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She lacks confidence in her abilities and is often sad and dejected. She is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is bothered by this, and she values friendship. She is curious and eager to learn, and she tends to think before acting. She lives a fast-paced life, and she doesn't handle stress well. She tends to consider what others think of her and always scratches her head when she's trying to remember something. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent. Believes that peace is always preferable to war. Greatly respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity, and strongly values tranquility and quiet. Has a great respect for fairness. Values eloquence and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Likes rose gold and bone opal and cardinal bone. The color clear, which is a very funny color. And gems, low boots, and the words of the 10 ribis wisps, and the sound of the tulip of sparkling, if impossible, prefers to consume. Green tree frog, artichoke wine, and can't stand roaches. She worships the god of death as one friend who is blue ice, and she's a member of the religion of death. Welcome to the fort. Your evil biome tavern fort. You had an underground waterfall for fishing, and you were at peace with goblins for some reason. You had dozens of goblin bards in there fishing. Oh, really? So there's a few things that could cause you to be at peace with goblins. My favorite is a dwarf took over, because that will change the ethics of the entire civilization. Like, if a goblin is in charge of a goblin civilization, or if their demon overlord is in charge of a goblin civilization, it'll kind of keep going as is. But if a very dwarven cultured or elven cultured or human cultured character ends up in charge, that could cause them to just be peaceful. Ragdoll Ralph, thank you very much for the 20. I'm not. That's Swedish crowns, right? Crowns? Not sure. Thank you very much for the SEK 20, whatever that's valued in Canadian dollars. Appreciate you. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the YouTube super chat that we just got? Thank you for helping keep the channel funded. Appreciate you, mate. All right, now to decide how to do this. probably 2 different levers. It's going to require 100 levers, man. It's going to be a lot of levers. I may have to just do a hauling hour in this fortress. Where the dwarves just haul stuff. Too good to use. What do you mean? Nah. And meanwhile, me, I've made floors out of adamantine. Like, I just make, I make, like, bricks and put them on the ground. I've definitely made tables out of adamantine, too. Found the problem. Yeah, it's just to be, like, redonkulously fancy for no logical reason. That's all it really is. Judo-see. Dwarves are very obsessed with hanging out in the tavern. The cheaper version is gold floors. Yeah, gold floors or platinum floors, or even, I mean, silver floors will get you close enough. It's not the sort of thing you you need to do in any case. Come on, dwarves, get all this stuff out of here. I'm pretty sure that there's probably a mod that exists that would let you make floors out of gems. YouTube chat. It would be cool if you could, like, encrust, like, blocks with gems or something. I don't know. But that would be a bit of a stretch, I think. By making Electrum? Does that really stretch it out? I guess. Because Electrum is gold and silver, right? I really like black bronze. Black bronze is a good metal. I agree, Dan. I certainly do agree. Sterling silver. Yeah, I like sterling silver a whole lot too. Okay, let's just unforbid all these. Continue that. Kind of trying to do like 3 things at once here. most of the dwarves are currently taking stuff to this stockpile, which makes sense, I guess. Actually, just gonna lock these doors for right now, because the fort isn't particularly messy. There's just other things I need them to be doing. Like, where are you headed? You ended up memorizing a few alloy compositions. And I am surprised a lot of peeps at a family gathering when the question of what's brass made of came up, yeah. Dwarf Fortress gives you, like, a Wheel of Fortune level of knowledge of, like, geology and, like, metalworking, which is kind of fun when you think about it. Let's just shrink down the size of this stockpile I said shrink! Down the size of this stockpile pretty considerably. Just so that there's a lot less dwarves, because there's kind of a lot of logs right here. Kind of a lot. It's weird to me that anything is magma proof, man. Like, that's the weird one to me. It's not that, like, there's stuff that isn't lava proof. It's the fact that stuff is lava proof. That's the weird thing. Because, like, nothing really should be. Like, it makes sense in a video game sense, but it's maybe one of the least realistic things that the game does. Post becoming a barony? Dwarf Fortress is all about, like, self-goals, right? I mean, eventually you'll become the capital, and the king and queen will arrive once you become a barony. And when you become a capital, they will give you a new goal, which is to dig deeper. Uh-oh. Pardon my... I've adjusted how my green screen is set up, so... Oh, no, never mind. It's not the green screen. It's literally my mic stand. I thought my green screen was showing. Anyway, no, it's... they'll give you a goal, which is to dig deeper. Really, Dwarf Fortress hits a point, and it's about when you hit barony or when the king or queen shows up. Dwarf Fortress becomes entirely self-driven. So it's what you, the player, wants to do. And at that point, it is purely up to you. What you decide to do. But also, what Jidosek said, yeah. I mean, now is the best time to get into Dwarf Fortress because, one, the game runs super well currently, 0 effort. 2, the last major patch just came out, which is Adventure Mode, so that's out, so you won't need to generate a new world for a minute. And the game's just in a really good playable place right now. I'm kind of hoping we'll get a patch next week, because Tarn should be back from GDC now. You love Dwarf Fortress, it's ruining your life. Good stuff. Just remember to go outside and see your family members once or twice a week. Also, I see that you posted that in both chats. I do, in fact, read the Twitch chat more than the YouTube chat. The YouTube chat's more of like I do have the chat active there, but it is more of kind of a... If you're going to just throw the stream up on your TV, YouTube chat's the better place to do that. Thank you for tuning into the Twitch chat. Brought Jaguars. There you go. Now you can vroom vroom all the way home from the dealership. Don't forget to honk those Jaguars horns, man. So I'm going to put an animal in here. And I'm going to see if I can use that to attract the beasts. Use YouTube on your phone and Twitch on the PC. Yeah. Ooh, I could put a zombie in these. Or just a random goblin. Which should make it TM. so you are right here. I mean, I've talked a trillion times, Jesse, why that's actually a terrible stream for, or a terrible feature for people streaming. But yeah, it is a good feature if you're watching. Should totally play it again. It's largely the same mechanics-wise as the ASCII version, but it is much more playable than the old ASCII version. It's still not perfect. I mean, it's still the less developed of the two modes, definitely, but it is a very good state for the game. Why is it bad for streamers? Because some people aren't very smart and end up watching 2 hours behind and still type in chat. And there's zero indication to me where in the VOD you are. And so sometimes somebody will ask me a question and then get mad at me for not answering the question, or ask why I didn't answer the question, and then realize an hour later that they're a shit ton of time ahead, and also I kind of screwed this up, I guess. Okay, I guess I'll just kill you. Hold up. But that's why it's bad. Keyboard mode has not been... DF Hack might have enabled it, but no, there is no keyboard-only mode currently. You cannot play the game entirely with the keyboard. You do need to use a mouse for some functions. Okay, so now that I've done that... But no, it is a good feature. It's just bad if you're an interaction-heavy streamer like myself, where I spend half the time just reading chat. It's a good feature if you are running a big event like the Game Awards. That's just an example. Maybe not the best example, but it's an example. If you're running an event like that, then yeah, it's a good feature. But if you're trying to, you know, interact with an audience, it's pretty middling to bad as a feature. It's something that they are slowly working towards, Judo C. And that's all that they've said. Is there anything on the roadmap? Nothing on the roadmap. If you want to go see the full current roadmap, it's... I think my... Chat, I think my Black Mamba died. Of old age. R.I.P. Mamba Number 5. Big sad. And the elves have arrived to trade, although they can't actually get into the fort. Which is kind of funny. Yep, no, it died. What a bloody shame, that. It died of old age. I mean, it is the first of spring, so... Okay, so now that that's done... Do I have enough food in the fort? No. No, that was the only Mamba. YouTube chat demands a statue, and you know what? I don't disagree. Nothing fancy, though. Just a copper statue. Although, actually... What was its real name? Not my silly nickname for it. ATASTBES. I turned into a snake there for a second. Brave pulley. Rip ya, old noodle. Yeah, I mean, we're super overstocked with food in this fort, so there is that. Let's just do this as priority number 1. I'm going to be completely honest. I'm not entirely sure why I have so much food. I think it might, because it's not meals. I don't have that many meals. I think it might be fat, and I haven't been making much soap because I haven't really needed it. And every time I check my hospital, it's had soap, although it might be out of soap now. So I don't entirely know. Could just queue up some soap because I haven't had any queued up in a while, but that's way too much, but I'll do it anyway. Actually, it's probably fat because of how many animals I've been butchering. Unless it like is doing something weird and counting like unspun yarn as food or something. Which I don't think it should be. But I don't know, this game does some pretty strange things sometimes, so. Did I make this the right size? Yes, I did. Okay, so we're about to get hit by an ad. When the ads pop, I will pause the game and won't unpause it until the ads are done. No, I've not been automatically collecting milk. I do have quite a bit of cheese, though, but I'm pretty sure it's literally just fat. It's possible we've been collecting eggs. Could also be eggs. But it probably shouldn't be that many. I mean, we're also making meals for whatever it's worth. It's just, I don't know. I guess it's forts like this where I just get amazed that some people run out of food. Bulgogi is delicious, by the way. There used to be a Korean pan barbecue place. I don't know if you're in an ad right now, Mercury, but there used to be a Korean pan barbecue place, not close to where I used to live, but close to an area I used to go to drink. Because there was a bunch of breweries in that area, and there was a Korean pan barbecue place that had like the full-size cast iron pans with the burners on the tables, and they had just like a 4-person serving bulgogi, and it was a ridiculously good deal. It came to like $11 per person, and you could feed like 4 people with this thing. They claimed it would feed 2, but nah, it would feed 4. And so I used to go there with my friend Kevin, and we would split it between the two of us, and it cost us like $20 each to eat this thing. It was like $21 or something each. And we'd both tip like 50% because it was so fucking good. Holy shit. It was delicious. But yeah, no, I'm a big fan of Korean food. It's delicious. I need to find a good Korean place over here, actually, now that I'm here. There is a Korean fried chicken place, so I should go try that at some point, but... I usually would just mix it with rice. I mean, they would, at that place, they would give you, each person would get a bowl of rice, each person would get lettuce, each person would get their own kimchi and all that stuff, and you could just mix and do anything. Yeah, I generally would just eat it on rice. So I'm going to set it so that we can pull this. I'm going to lock the top half of this. Maybe not this one. Maybe let's just do the lower one. So this is going to get locked. I'm going to wait for that to close. Once it's closed, I will then connect or put a goblin on this. And then this one over here should get connected in a sec. Because you're already linked. So now I just need this other one down here. So once there's a goblin here, and these are both linked, then all we need to do... Oh. So there's a Forgotten Beast on the surface of the map. Oops. Well, I'm just going to forbid that. That's kind of awkward. I didn't do it! Okay? I refuse to take blame for this death. Found me on YouTube. You gotta say it's very fun to watch. You learned a lot in a short amount of time. Happy to help, dude. Glad you like it. I'm glad it's being beneficial to your gameplay times. The giant evil noodle with the wings did it. I shouldn't do it. Oh, crap. I should turn this on. Just make sure that this whole area is covered. Okay, so you go right there and then run away in fear, as you will. Like I said, he runs away in fear. Dwarf. Coming back now. There you go. So now this is technically a way into the fort. But now we need to see the beasts that are on the map. Got this guy who's very stuck. We've got this guy who's up on the surface, who's hopefully coming underground. And then lastly, we've got this guy who's very far away still. That's fine. So let's follow this guy. Their armor boots, just make sure that like you have available clothing for them when they need to take their clothes or when they need to take their armor off. Otherwise, they will get very upset with you. Also, if you are using squads and like asking them to not wear armor, just make sure they're not. Just make sure they're, or keep an eye out for dwarves that are zany. Dwarves that are zany like being naked. So if you manage to find yourself a zany dwarf, definitely use them in the military because they will not have the problem of how do I put this? Oh no, I'm naked. Bah, I'm naked. What kind of beast is it? This is an enormous feathered leech. It has wings and it is ravening. Its red feathers are downy. Beware its noxious secretions. That is what this beastie is. Lezeni Glemlin. Yes. Is there like secret surface access? No, there is very obvious surface access that I forgot to turn off. Okay, I haven't played this fort since Thursday. Give me a break. I forgot, like, some of the very specific eccentricities of this fort, okay? Walker Loco, it's good to see you in the YouTube chat. My first gremlin that I had since version 50 was Zany. But that was before I recorded footage the way I do now for videos. Uh-oh. Hold up. Locketh the dooreth. There's migrants on the surface. Pull the lever. Tug it. Yeah. Okay, it's still going underground, so that's good. You forgot everything. Yeah. I forget about certain entrances I have and stuff, which, you know, I guess keeps it interesting. And the game crashed. Rip. Oh, that's the reason. I forgot to build a wall piece there. Sup, Ratty Mosty? Up to 135 dwarfs. Are they all like clustered in one spot? That'd be kind of funny. Guess not. That's kind of funny. Wasn't a certain world leader, was it? Because that's Wikipedia having a sense of humor if I ever saw one. Unless you spelled poutine wrong. Alright. So now I've got to make some changes to this. So I guess the idea is there's a goblin here, right? The idea would be to be able to block this off as well with another bridge. So once they're inside here, they're just inside here. So let's lock this now. Actually, I could just jump to it. I believe you, Mercury. I don't need you to post a screenshot of it. In fact, maybe please don't. Oh, it's due to French? Ah, well, of course, another thing to blame the French for. Trying to find a delicious lunch, instead you get politics. Keep politics out of my lunch. It's fine if it's in my video game. Just keep it out of my lunch, okay? Hello? SWTN Gaming. It seems like this goblin's about to have a no good, very bad, very, 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 very bad day. I'm sorry, it's a natural response when I see that happening. Got him. Okay, sweet. I didn't need to lock the door, but it would make him path there less fast. Our first beast has been caught. A round of applesauce. I mean, applause. Applause? Applause. Yes, that. We done did it. Just watching him snap around and wiggle. Oh, yeah. What about Plump Helmet Men? Okay. I don't have enough green glass block. Oh, right. Probably let the dwarves in the surface. Okay, so there's a weed eater running outside. And because of the angle that... I'm just going to make sure it's a weed eater. it's not. It's a concrete grinder. There's a bunch of construction happening outside, but because of the exact angle that it's at, it sounded like it was coming from my computer, which is now on my desk. And for a hot second there, I thought I just lost a graphics card. So, whew, that gave me a heart attack and a half. Warn me next time. Jesus Christ. Ah. Sorry, that was just one of the scariest sounds I've ever heard in my life. Okay, so we'll pull that lever and let the new Dwarfies in. Let's also give this a tug real quick. So now that we've caught Beastie number 1, I guess the pathing of that is a little tight. We can now begin work on catching Beastie number 2. Fans should definitely not be making jackhammer noises. They should be making pleasant wind sounds. Now that I've done that, we gotta prep and build the next 2, I guess. I also have to go into here and just go doot. Make me some glass blocks. The other thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go over to here and we're gonna move a lot of that industry over here. I should also note that currently I can't use my railguns because of the way things are set up. I mean, what? Sorry, I'm not expecting fourth wall questions. Hold on. Literally all it is I have a referral link. Let me grab it for you. There it is. I think it gets you some money and free samples. No, thank you. The railguns are disabled. Well, currently I don't have this this drawbridge set up. So I need this drawbridge set up before I can use the railguns again. So there's now just a shit ton of construction jobs that need to be done. So I got 140 some odd dwarves, eh? That's pretty good. I found Farmer Fem's right foot. It's a little awkward. Chat investments are open if you care. How am I doing? I am not using any mods. No, this is vanilla. I'm doing all right. Pretty solid day. I reorganized my office last night, so my bed and I'm not as close to the sliding glass door anymore. I still get plenty of natural light, but hopefully the light pollution from the sun will be lessened. I found someone's ear and someone's nose today already, not related to the nose I found in the previous stream. This game's morbid sense of humor knows no bounds. That's for sure. That's not an opinion. An opinion is when you have an opinion of a thing. You're just simply equating two things together due to similar structure of creation of said thing. That's not an opinion. You're just trying to start a discussion, which doesn't matter. and doesn't benefit anybody. It is one of the fastest ways to prove to me that you are simply a low-effort troll on the internet. Is by making people argue over things that are completely pointless. Although I would say it's better to argue over things that are completely pointless than things that actually damage people, so. Well, that's a new one. Forgotten Beast, Ibrook has come. A huge, feathered wolf. This is a Princess Mononoke character. It has 4 stubby horns and it appears to be emaciated. Its black feathers are downy. Beware its poison vapors. That's pretty dope, actually. Where is it, though? Ah, okay, so it can get to me. Did I open the front door? I did! I would like to catch this one. That may be hard because I'm not currently set up for it. Let's see if I can just block this off. Let's see where this beast is. I really want to catch this thing. This is like Fortress mascot levels. Yeah, I mean, the adamantine's kind of a skill check for a reason. Okay, so you're doing the construction. Question is, where is the beast at? Oh, there's a puppy. Oh no, still dwarves running inside. Oh. Holy shit, you're quick. Wow.
_indie dev cheers.
Evo.
500.
Thanks for the $5. Appreciate you. Thank you very much for helping keep the channel funded. Check, can I get a round of beers? For our good friend, Evo Indie Dev. Real dwarves don't say what dwarves can and cannot do. F. Burger, checkmate. Okay, so construction should be pretty much done, though. But it is going back underground. Oh, they just said that real dwarves don't touch grass or see the sun. They only touch under lichen, which, you know, sure. But there are plenty of dwarves that live above ground that keep the base levels of the dwarven economy up and running through farming, so. It's just kind of just false. That's all I can really say. Yeah, we should definitely pet some moss, chat. Yeah, the Helixes. Helixes are almost entirely above ground. And the surface guards, yeah. And the traders. Trading in most dwarven parts of dwarven society happens on the surface. Okay, so down... Oh. Bone Dolphin. I don't know how to help you, man. You did this to yourself. You did it to yourself. Like, I don't know how to help you help yourself. Only you can help you help yourself. Just like only you can stop forest fires, you know what I mean? Time to topple the statue. Yeah, and then you can go become a vampire and eat me, right? Like, that's how this works, right? Or maybe it's time to make a really cool looking chessboard in Dwarf. Let's do these out of this stuff. Let's just melt all of this stuff. And then over here we'll go Magma Forge. Is anybody annoyed that it's called a Magma Forge and not a Magma Smith? Because it does kind of bother me. Man, I kind of want to just make these out of platinum. It's too fancy. What was the other thing I was gonna do? Right. I think the reason I may not currently have any ash is because I don't actually think I have any wood furnaces. I think I deleted them all. I mean, there is an anvil in them. At least they use an anvil. Imagining retiring the fortress and then exploring in adventure mode and finding out that all those forgotten monsters in there. Well, they're not very forgotten, but so here's kind of my plan for this fort, and I'm kind of stealing this idea from somebody in YouTube comments on the Gremlin video. I'm thinking we make this into a fortress that catches 50 beasts. And then we do the very logical thing of digging too deeply and greedily. Also, I have 5 frames per second. That's kind of bad. What the heck? Oh, is it the Forgotten Beast? Is it the Forgotten Beast? I think it is. Motherfucker. Hold on. Let me just do some DFX shenanigans. Let's see if it's actually it. Just gonna move you right there. Did that do it? Nope. Okay, so something is trying to path somewhere. And frame rate real bad because of it. Wild. Okay, so the idea would be we make a bunch of forgotten beasts. Then I make them fight demons in hell. And then the last one to survive killing the most demons kills the fort. Bastet, what kind of dwarf do you want? I'm not going to name myself. I don't ever name myself, and I will never name myself. If you want me to be named, go watch Radu and tell him to name me a dwarf. I don't put myself into the forts. You should know this. You've watched me for 1 trillion years. Do clowns fly beasts? Yep. They are not friendly. You know what's funny is if you've broken into hell, forgotten beasts can appear in hell. Which I personally think is hysterical. Well, I know that, Bastet, but what kind of job do you want? Happy? Okay. Oopsies, that was not the button I was looking for. Then I need to figure out what's up with these frames. Let's go with this Boyer Minor. Something's got to be stuck somewhere, based on the lag. She is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, and she is a pessimist. She almost never feels discouraged. She dislikes obligations, will try to avoid being bound by them. And she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She enjoys being in crowds, and she always is tense and jittery. She does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations and works to describe its natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and she prefers to present herself modestly. She is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She does not try to get things done perfectly, and she doesn't handle stress well. And she is curious and eager to learn, inhales sharply when she's angry, rolls her eyes when she's exasperated, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. Personally sees the acquisition and use of power abhorrent, and would have all masters toppled. Thinks that it is the most important, of the most importance to present a bold face and never grouse or complain or even show emotion. Strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, and finds the pursuit of skill mastery outputting, and values sacrifice and dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. Like cinnabar lead and smoky quartz, as well as high wood and jute fabric, as well as bolts and helms, and the sound of the euphoric butterfly, when possible, prefers to consume blood gnat, brown bullhead, and rice beer. Maize flour, and absolutely hates bats. Bastet is she. Celesty. You have a pet cat who is dead, and you are bonded with a rhino. No wounds, and no friends, just the rhino. Angels and demons will fight each other, yes. Okay, so what the heck could be causing this lag? Actually, I wonder. Is there just something that's not in the burrow that should be? This should be in the burrow. I'm just going to check burrow stuff while the ads are running. Kind of missed a bit. Also completely forgot to put beds up here. Go figure. Cue these up real quick. Oh. Ah, well, you were being subtle and you were so subtle that I didn't really know what you meant. So, too subtle. You over subtled the subtle. Maybe you scuttled the subtle? I don't even know how that works, really. That could be a problem. Oh, I see, because that is locked off currently. Well, might as well omit all of this. Is the frame rate still going to go back down to 0? It's got to be you. It's got to be that. So many random hauling tasks. So if I just forbid this. Okay, hold on. Let's just check this. Well, it's certainly not that. There's very few things alive on the map, actually. We've got a frame rate problem. We've got a frame rate problem. How does one solve the frame rate problem? Let's turn off this for a sec, see if that helps. So I've had a lava pump stack running lava into this fort for the last 5 years, and it didn't hurt my frame rate at all. That wouldn't start causing an issue now. Temperature hasn't really caused an issue on my PC in about 2.5 years. So has it been fixed? Probably not. Of course it has. Temperature has not affected this PC since I built it. No, it's definitely pathing. It's 100% pathing. It's just a question of what could be causing it. I'm thinking it might be this. It might be this. It's definitely their own house-built thing. And please don't start talking about how, oh, it could be better for this reason and this reason. You can't say that unless you look at the code, and every time Putnam talks about it, there's always a dozen reasons as to why everybody's suggestions don't work. So let's not start speculating here. All I know is I guarantee you it's pathing. It's just a question of what. It's just a question of what. Yeah, that's fair. But it's absolutely something stuck somewhere trying to get to somewhere to try and get something. So let's just go up to here. Go to forbid all. The only reason I say please don't do it is people always do it. So. I have another theory. Is it this? It's going to take 10 ticks for it to open, which is going to take a bit of time. Well, it's not that. I'm pretty sure, actually, it's literally just where the Forgotten Beast is, trying to get through that wall. I'm pretty sure it's literally just this Forgotten Beast. So I'm just going to try teleporting it again. I'm only really doing this for the quality of the content. Nope. Oh, here's another idea. How about that? Nope. Do I have a mysterious locked door somewhere? Don't think I do. I mean, this fortress's layout is kind of fucky, but I'm gonna try this. Nope, that's not it. I could go to tasks. Cancel, put away all these items. These construct building jobs were here first. So I really want to be as nice as possible when I say this, indie dev. If it was, I would know. My computer is running just fine. It is not my computer. Dwarf Fortress uses about 12% of my CPU. So if, for some reason, I'm capping out at 100%, the stream would be crashing. Let alone, like, the game not running so hot. So I can assure you with the utmost 100% certainty that that is not a problem. Oh, wait a second. It's not you, is it? I've played several forts in this world, but I never stop on a normal year. It's always like 332. I can't remember exactly what year the first fort in this world took place, but it wasn't a round number. I mean, yeah. It has plenty of kills. Open world addict, hello. Can you cast Force Sleep on all dwarves on the map? No. Considering a lot of creatures don't sleep. I kind of wish you hadn't done that, Xylium, but, well, here we are. Gilbert Style, hello. It's good to see you. No, cheers. Have you seen part 2, Open World Addict? Currently low-key blaming this. But at the same time, that dwarf is training you, so it shouldn't be causing that much. The reason I didn't quick save is because I wanted to see if reloading the main menu would fix it, just to prove that no, it's not my computer, and it's not. But no, I'm kind of annoyed that you did that because that removes one of my options to recover the frame rate problem, but it's okay. We'll figure it out. Something is definitely stuck somewhere. Like okay, here's something I can test. Let's just try doing this. What happens if I deconstruct this wall? I don't need to send the save file to Putnam, Xylem, because I know what's causing this. It's a pathing problem. Something's trying to get somewhere and it's stuck. That is the problem, okay? So I don't need to send this to Putnam because they're well aware that this is an issue with the game. This is a very well documented issue and an exceptionally well reported issue. So there's no real reason to send it to Putnam. I'm just going to do this. Just to speed this process up. For the sake of testing. I don't recall that at all. Must have been Nomoria. Yeah, especially when you're talking about like a three-dimensional game like this. Well, I mean, the easiest way to learn Dwarf Fortress is through osmosis. Yeah, that was it. Okay. That literally was the problem, was that wall. So, fixed it. So does forbidding this now recreate said problem? Doesn't appear to. Let's just pull this lever instead. It's funny, like just blocking this pathway breaks it. It's funny. How about this drawbridge? Okay, now that's fine. All right, well... Or is it? It's kind of funny. Let me check something here. Got a decent amount of green glass blocks here. Do I have enough? It's not what I wanted to use. If you're paying attention right now, they both do. Walls block pathing, and so do drawbridges. Drawbridges act as a wall, same with a locked door. The problem is there's something that's trying to get into my fortress that can't currently. And so when I lock the door, the frame rate tanks. I don't know what is trying to get into my fortress. I presume it's that Forgotten Beast, but I could be wrong. However, it could also be like a piece of livestock or another dwarf. Or some random, like, other entity. I don't know. So that's the problem that we're facing. I don't know how else to describe it. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go pen pasture. Just place it anywhere. Click it. Oopsies. You. So, Dumat Goat Kid. Oops, wrong screen. Nope, not you. Stray Gosling, Moses the puppy. It's not you. There should be much rejoicing. I just murdered a goose at a distance. Unfortunately, it wasn't the goose. Yeah, literally. Like, it's just the creature trying to get underground. Let's try this. Let's pause game. I mean, 32 FPS is totally fine, but that's way lower than 32. There are no cavern invaders on the map outside of those Ohm people, and they're just the default spawns. So essentially, cavern invaders can appear on the map, right? However, they don't path towards your fort by default. That first wave doesn't do anything. They just exist. So it's not the cavern invaders. So basically, I need to kill this beast. I don't want to, but I have to. Because otherwise, my frame rate's just going to stay at 0. But at least I know what it is. Yeah, I have cavern invaders completely disabled, so they can't be causing that problem. Thankfully, it is so far away up here that I may be able to just try this again. How do I know that it's a pathing problem? Because when I lock that bridge, the frame rate goes away. When I unlock the bridge, the frame rate comes back. That's why I know it's a pathing problem, is because something is trying to get through this exit, and me opening this like this, watch this. Pulling this lever, oopsies, I need to actually click it properly. I clicked it too many times, which should be pulled by that kid, because you're standing right on top of it. Come on, kiddo, pull it. Do it. You know you want to. Please. Okay, I'll ask you. I'll give you a cookie and a pint of beer. Thank you. Okay, so then when the game figures it out that I pulled the lever, it takes some time anyway. It takes 10 ticks, but those ticks are going by very slowly right now. So in about 20 seconds, when the drawbridge opens, the frame rate should return again. See? That's how I know it's a pathing problem. Also, I'm covering the frame rate. That's how I know it's a pathing problem. So now we're back up to 65 frames per second from 5. That's how I know it's a pathing problem. It may actually have been this dwarf. There was a dwarf in a strange mood outside of the fort. My God. And now it's fine. Well, that answers that. Good God. Sorry, I had to get that out of my system.
Deviant Cal cheered. X500. That poor dwarf, banging on the door.
Pretty much. Yep, that dwarf's like, what? What's even better is there was a forgotten beast out there for a while who didn't notice nor kill him. Good Lord. Apologies for the minor salt, but yeah, the dwarf need to be somewhere else is very strong. How can you will be extremely sad? It is canceled. So you are extremely sad. Oh, I see. I read that as I will be. I will be eternally, I see. I don't understand why. Because, like, I play on Linux, right? People were playing the game on Linux on day one through compatibility layers. You can do that on Mac right now, too. And the game runs better using compatibility layers sometimes. So, I don't understand the eternal sadness of the Mac port getting canceled. All that's happening is Bay 12 Games is saving a shit ton of money due to Mac being stupid, due to Apple being a dumb company. And the game is getting developed faster because they don't have to waste a ton of time developing the game for Mac. So I don't understand the I guess frustration from the Mac community, because why don't you just play? Just use Wine. It'll work fine. I don't get. Also, like, people who use Mac are less than, like, 2% of the game's audience. So, like, to take a quote from another indie dev that I know, Epyon, who's the developer of a game called Jupiter Hell and made a roguelike called Doom the Roguelike back in the day. Him promising to port his game to Mac almost bankrupted his company and cost them over $100,000 in dev time. And the last time I asked him, it had sold less than 5% of their copies and didn't make back 1% of the cost that it took them to develop it. Why would you ask developers to do that? Go get mad at Mac for making such a hostile OS. I think mostly what it is, Lucas J. Fox, is people who are not tech savvy buy Mac and Windows, generally. And I get that. If you're in one of those ecosystems, I was in Windows for a very long time, I get it. But what's kind of funny to me is that people who are very deep in the, like, you know, Linux ecosystem, if something doesn't work, they just make it work. They just figure it out and make it work. And this is just me being mean and petty, I guess. But we're just going to hear people on Mac complaining for all eternity. Correct, Whitcode. No, totally. I mean, like, that's the use case for Mac is computing and dev work and graphic design. And I would say not for video editing, but I just don't like the software that people use on Mac for video editing. So I'm just not that person. But that is what Max is what Max is used for. That is what Max is used for. Yeah, that's a sentence. I just think it's kind of amazing how entitled some people are, that's all. Anyway, I'll stop rambling about Mac now. Also, not only that, Baxter, you literally went and posted it in both chats. You really wanted to start this conversation, didn't you? I guess, like, I don't know, learn to use a compatibility layer. Or buy a computer. I mean, technically everything's an Xbox, so my computer's an Xbox, right? You tune in and you say, I will be eternally sad that, like, Dwarf Fortress hasn't been ported to your OS. I fucking cry a river, I guess. I honestly, having talked to so many developers over the years, I am shocked people still port their games to Mac, especially when it's running in their own engine. Because, like, I think that there's one thing that the entire community of Dwarf Fortress agrees on, and that's we need more updates more faster. And, like, it makes the logic behind not porting the game to Mac make a lot of sense. Yet, for all eternity, there will be that one person being like, I bought the game on Mac, so you bought the game for an OS that it doesn't run on. Okay. Basically, what I'm trying to say is I'm tired of hearing about it. I can't change it and don't have any empathy for you. That's all I have to say. I'm sorry if that makes me into an asshat, but it just is what it is. At least I'm self-aware that it makes me an asshat. I'm more just tired of hearing people complain about something I have no control over. That I generally think is a good decision for a developer to make, but... Set the layer and now you have the Angie? Oh, that sucks. Could you go through a manufacturer's warranty? I mean, like, Amazon's return policy is kind of crap these days anyway. Because usually a serial number should be enough for that. Like, if it's a manufacturer's defect... That would be impressive, Athalic. That would be really, really impressive. You have also been out of it due to an ear issue? You and me both. Misplaced optimism. Yeah, I don't know. I guess, like, there's people that will be eternally salty that Dwarf Fortress doesn't run on Mac, and I'm starting to get eternally salty that people keep complaining at me at them like they expect me to really have it. I don't know if they got Doom running in Minecraft, but I remember seeing, like, an animation of the first few frames of the first level of Doom in Minecraft, but that wasn't playable. It was just an animation. With olive oil and cotton wool stuck in your ears? Best of luck, dude. It's gonna be a copper artifact. Not the most interesting thing you could make, but hey. Should also just make sure I'm not making any charcoal from wood. No, they didn't get it running on a pregnancy test. That's not true. It was misreported. They used the pregnancy test as a monitor for it. It was running on a Raspberry Pi. The pregnancy test didn't actually have enough compute to do that. But they used it as a display to play it, which is funny. Yeah, I looked a little bit deeper into that story when that popped, and it was like, oh, that is very much not actually the case, but... It's still funny that, like, you know, they managed to use a little pregnancy test display. I like the rat that played Doom. That's my favorite thing that plays Doom. I mean, obviously the rat's not running Doom, but the rat that like ran on a ball to make the Doom guy run forwards. Well, shit. Where that beast at? Was this guy, right? It's currently having a staring contest with a gazelle. Once again, this thing has poison vapors. It's a huge feathered wolf. Oh, I'm sure there's more than one. There's probably a Wikipedia page for it, too. In regards to devices that ran Doom. Because they haven't attacked me in a few years. Come on, Beastie, you got this. It's one down. Oh, no. They're going to kill it. Zus, the dyer, has created Tostigur chain leggings and claims it as a family heirloom. Well, poor timing on these. Oh! Okay, it's still dead. Because its intestines are hanging out. So it is going to die of blood loss. Yeah, its guts being spilled is a guaranteed death. Unless it miraculously heals, which would be wild, but I don't think it's possible to heal this. It's kind of a shame, because it is a really cool creature. I mean, most of it is fractured. Holy shit, that's a lot of blood this thing has. It's got an arrow stuck in its guts. Severe blood loss. Managed to lose one of the bolts, pull it out of itself. It is kind of crawling along the ground now. Yeah, that is a cool beast. It is kind of sad. Rest in peace, you beastie. Wasn't that strong, though. What's up, Server Lord? How's things? Okay, now I can do this. And like, as that finishes, I now have enough glass to finish making this. Yep. I have one that killed my mayor earlier today. Can necromancers raise forgotten beasts? Yes. But I don't think that raised animals can ever be friendly. So there is that. Not sure why you keep running away. In like 6 more years, he'll be an adult and you can kick him out. Yeah, that's... Or just arrest him for all of his crimes for like 100 years. I once had a dwarf that did something like that where it committed some pretty bad crimes, and by the time I finally was able to deal with it, it had become an adult. And when it became an adult, I was like, well, I will just convict you of all these crimes that you've committed. Have fun dealing with these crimes. Oops, wrong one. Accidentally assigned the same guy to both. There you go. Okay, so now we can get those rocks chained up where they're supposed to be, so that if I do end up trading with other factions again, they don't kill them. Okay. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. That's wrong. It's supposed to be green glass. The heck? Anyway, I feel like I should apologize. I'll just ignore the Mac thing going forward. I don't know. Don't understand the anger. Yeah, you can't so kids can't be arrested, Bobtron. But adults can. So you can just like stack them all up as cold cases, and then when they become an adult, just convict them of all of them simultaneously. Presuming they, live that long. As he saw a Ratman corpse? Probably just broke him, The thing is, like, once you spiral into our fortress, it's really hard to get out of it. So like with depression in real life, once you spiral, it's really hard to get out of it. My mayor was reelected. Can a child possibly do? A lot of murder. A lot of murder. Like a lot of murder. And in case you forgot, a lot more murder. Yeah, thankfully the one I have doesn't start fistfights, generally. He usually just throws things around and topples stuff, although he keeps destroying my farm plots, which is a bit annoying. Sure, but that would kind of go against Dwarven ethics. I am trying to recover the child, generally. Like, see, he's beating up one of the doctors right now, actually. See? It's actually currently attacking one of my doctors. And then there's a crime that he just committed. I don't think he killed him, though. Yes. I've done that many, many times over. World's Forge. I've also had kids born in one fort, migrate to a new fort, and then grow up in that fort. It's good times. Yeah, no, he, what's his name? Von Galactic did a pretty good video on a serial killer child. Although, generally, like, kids being serial killers is usually just neglect, and I'll fully admit, just like in real life, where neglect causes serial killers, I absolutely neglected the kid in this fort. That's a problem. Like, the way to keep kids from going nuts is you restrict their chores so that they don't ever have to see dead bodies, is like the first thing that you do. The second thing that you do is you just be, you know, cautious that you're not assigning them tasks that would be stressful. At least at that degree of stressful. Which is actually relatively easy to do. Might as well just dig out a few layers of these. He's just a punk, so you're done with him? Does he have parents that are alive in the fortress? Stromico Penguin. Because if his parents are alive, you can expel him. Just have to expel his parents. Neil, thanks for the raid. What's up? 93 months. Holy shit.
Cool cat, choo -choo
Good lord.
Cool cat, blindy RL.
Every time,
Tracks from
man.
Train mastery to beast enslavement. All aboard the Dwarf Express. Oh my dog, our conductor skills will help you tame those wild creatures. Caitlin's...
Don't let this raid derail your plans. I won't let this raid derail my plans. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Neil? And shut up for Neil, my friends. Do I have a plan for them? Oh, loosely. As far as the monsters in the fort. We're thinking, or I'm thinking, making them fight hell. But maybe themselves, maybe each other. But first we have to catch a bunch. So I have to just build a bunch of containment chambers before I can really do anything with them. Once we have the containment chambers, then we can start kind of working towards, you know, more proper setups. Oh, kind of screwed that up. Asmog Black, thank you very much for redeeming a dwarf. Dwarf for Neil. What kind of dwarf would you like, Neil? SCP Dwarf Fortress Edition. I know it's not SCP, but I was thinking more Cabin in the Woods. Speaking of, Forgotten Beast Osodistutun has come. A huge skinless frog. Yuck. It has wings, and it is slavering. Beware its poisonous bite. Well, this one's down on the lower level, so this may actually turn into a Titan fight. Because there's another one on this level, I think. Yeah, there is. And I don't really have an easy way of bringing things in via that currently. Keep an eye on the combat logs, and if some combat logs pop up, I'll take a peek. They're putting something in the beer. The better question is, why are they giving the frogs beer? That's my question for you. Not something I have any interest in seeing, Ragdoll. Nor something I would really look for. I don't generally look for Lord of the Rings related things. Yeet. Oh, true, I guess. Maybe the frogs are just bros. I hadn't thought of that concept, Hobo. It'd be cruel to give them water. We're not talking about hamsters here. Come on. I'm pretty sure frogs like water. They're amphibians, I think. Nothing has gotten into a fight. You fuckers are getting so many porcelain statues. Oy. Man, I like making stuff out of porcelain. It's a fun material. Just don't generally get it in my forts. Let's just make some sandbags. Actually, it's here. Let's go all, none, sandbags. And let's just jump down to here and delete this stockpile, which is full of sandbags. Mostly, anyway. I think there's also just some empty bags. In version 50, yes, glass floors are indeed transparent. We finally found Bone Doll dead. How did... Oh. Well. I guess I should probably memorialize Bone Doll. Snowing where you're at? How cold is it, Basta? But, Neil, an engineer dwarf or something around that. Let's go with a... Let's go with a siege operator. Neil, would you like a lady dwarf or a boy dwarf? Because we got siege engineers or siege operators. Before you zip off to dinner, unless I just missed you. Anyone? Let's go with the... I was going to say they're all the same level of happy. Let's go with the happiest one. This one. Neil is a talented siege operator, but very rusty. Truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. Has a strong sense of duty, though she finds this can conflict with her sense of independence. She's quite ambitious, and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. She doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and since she values harmony as an intellectual concept, she prefers to present herself modestly, and she tries to keep her things orderly. She doesn't handle stress well, and she is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she is... somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and she does not easily fall in love and really develops positive feelings. She mutters under her breath when she's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally believes that little is better in life than a good party. Values decorum, dignity, and a proper behavior, and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and values a harmonious existence and values independence. Like saltpeter and tin and chrysoprase, as well as giant two-humped camel tooth, amber, and giant leopard seal parchment. The color black, crossbows, amulets, and kangaroos for their great leaps, and when possible prefers to consume porcupine and dwarven wine and tapir's milk, and absolutely hates fire snakes. I'm pretty sure that adding cutlery would be the same as adding a lot of specific tools, Hilmar. That'd be a lot of extra pathing jobs which need to be accounted for. Like saltpeter and tin, although there is technically forks and cutting knives already. They're just an adventure mode thing. And kangaroo, I already read that. You're married to Theo S. and you have 2 children. Kick roast as well as Zusset. Queuing green tea, thanks for the 28th month. Thanks for the 28th month. Welcome back. Check, and I get a big round of beers for the 28 months. Man, I really wish we could make green glass faster. I wish it made 4 instead of making so few. I also wish I didn't decide to make these partially out of green glass, but you know, here we are. Question is where... They're all the dolomite. It's like, where are all the dolomite? They're all the dolomite. And this down here is all rock salt. So if I want dolomite, it's all rock salt. That's all dolomite. Just trying to decide where I want to dig this out of. Why don't we... It's all rock salt. It's up a level. I just make more bedrooms. How is Dwarves? Dwarves is pretty good, I think. Chat, how is Dwarves today? My dwarves are pretty good, I think, for the most part. No super heavy complaints. I had one lag issue, which turns out it was being caused by a dwarf that was in the middle of a strange mood and locked outside. Just took me a little bit longer to figure it out than I would like, but it did kind of take a while to figure out. But aside from that, things have been good. Sounds about right. Stromaco penguin for a tantruming child, if that's what we're talking about. I don't know what I'm going to do with this, but I'm going to dig it out. There's no such thing as save scumming in a game that isn't based on high scores. So it's impossible to save scum a single player game. It's only if you're trying to break like your friend's score, and then save scumming is a bad thing. I don't know. Maybe this is just a generational thing or like a era of games thing, but save scumming used to be like how you played first person shooters. It was the only way to finish a lot of games. Somebody destroyed my kitchen here. But like straight up, like games were just designed to be played that way. For most of my time playing games as a kid. Now, and then all of a sudden, I'm not entirely sure when, but reloading a save is like now mocked and made fun of. And it is one of the most perplexing things to me. Like, I don't get it. End of arcades? So I was born, like, before arcades were done, more or less. Or after arcades were done. Like, I was born in 94, which was like kind of at the tail end of the peak of arcades, if not after the peak of arcades. So I don't know if it's necessarily arcades. Yeah, but like, why would you mock somebody for not, like, but no, that point and clicks is like directly from that era too, of like, no, that's just how you played them. Like, do you not value why would you mock somebody for valuing their time? Dartho Messerina? I think is how you say that. Thank you very much for chucking a sub to Stromaco Penguin. Penguin, enjoy the ad-free viewing. And the emotes. I greatly appreciate you sticking around and watching. I mean, specifically, yeah, the Sierra games were notorious for that. But like, I wouldn't like I don't know. I did that like on every single FPS I played before like the year 2009, which is way after that era. But I didn't hear the term save scumming until like, I don't know, last like 16 years, maybe. Gives people a way to feel superior about something, I suppose. I suppose. That's probably all it really is, actually. Because I don't know. I've just kind of always worked with the like assumption that like save scumming just doesn't exist in a single player game or a game without a leaderboard. Oh, you know, actually it might be the recurrence of XCOM. It might be. That might not actually be all that off. I mean, I think the first time I started to hear it was when I referred to finishing, like at my old job, this was probably pre-2012 actually. At my old job, I referred to finishing Fire Emblem on Lunatic. It was Fire Emblem and the Sacred Stones for the Game Boy Advance. And then they said, well, did you do it with or without save scumming? I was like, well, obviously I saved and reloaded, because like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, man, playing Fire Emblem on Lunatic and not reloading a save file? Like, what the fuck have you been doing? Like, that's just called valuing your time. I think that's maybe the first time I recall encountering it. I mean, Iron Man has been called Iron Man as long as Iron Man has existed. Like, as in the when you die, the game's over mode. Like, it's always been called that. At least as long as I've played games, it's been called that. It's like, I already hate myself. Why do I need to hurt myself? Kind of feeling. Ratmos? Terror from the Deep was. Classic XCOM, not so much. But having read way too many articles and watched way too many videos about classic XCOM, from what I can tell, it's not that the game was impossible. It's that XCOM was, like the OG, original XCOM, was very specifically balanced. And then Terror from the Deep just threw all that balance out the window and then didn't rebalance the game. Which literally just, like, makes the game deliberately unfair. This is from YouTube chat. I'm of the opinion that as far as mods and cheats and save scumming for single player games goes, the only one that you can cheat is yourself. Don't do it if it diminishes your own fun, otherwise go nuts. Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. Like, as long as you're not ruining your own game. It's kind of like my take with DF hack. It's like, but do whatever you want. If it improves your gameplay experience, have fun. I think now people say it as a tongue-in-cheek thing, though. I don't think people really use that word to be mean to people these days. At least not that I've really seen in my chat. I'm sure it happens. I'm sure people absolutely do that. But I think most of the time I see it used these days, it's very much just like. To be fair, I've played OG XCOM, but I was a very little kid when I played OG XCOM, Larry. I've only played Open XCOM in the last 15 years, so I played it a little bit, and I like it. I still like it more than the Firaxis XCOM games, but it's not like, I don't know, my favorite game of that type. Although these days I don't even know what it is. I guess I just don't like games like that all that much these days. Should be this one. Yes. I think like the argument for why losing is fun in Dwarf Fortress is the fact that the world is persistent, right? Like, a fortress dying isn't a lose scenario. It's a change in the world's status scenario. Like, the fortress is now dead, but that doesn't mean the game is over, which is why losing is fun, because losing is a form of progression in Dwarf Fortress.
Finally was able to remember your Twitch. Hope you are well. Thanks for making awesome content.
Well, thanks for the $1 and a cat gold chain. Appreciate you. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the $1? Means a lot, man. It was brutally bad. You know, it's kind of funny. Like from my maniacal research, because I'm that kind of person who over researches video games. Terror from the Deep seems like it's a very, 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 very similar situation to the sequel to Hotline Miami. Because, like, Hotline Miami 2 is redonkulously difficult for no logical reason. And the reason it's redonkulously difficult is because when they were testing it and designing the levels, they had issues with their testing builds where the frame rate was halved, so the game would run slower. And they balanced the game around a lower frame rate, which means the game moved slower. Essentially making a completely unbeatable game on higher frame rates. I fucking love the original Xenonauts. Like, absolutely love. Also, I never buried this dwarf. I should totally do that. I should check in on Xenonauts 2 one of these days. I was about to go dig down to a lower level and find another one, but the Forgotten Beast Rasmo Asno has come. Asno Rasmo has come. A enormous blob composed of ash. It has a spiral shell and it undulates. A warbly ash blob? Okay, well. Shall we begin? Okay, so the question is, who is getting that dwarf out of here? I'm also just realizing I should probably check this door. Yes, I did open this door. Hopefully there isn't a ton of dwarves out in the underground. Don't you do it. You did it. Question is, what are you going to go pick up? Well, now you walk around. Where's this beast? Very far away. Oh yeah, no, I mean, I played it at release, and it was a very, very good proof of concept at release, but definitely needed work, you know? I'm pretty understanding for super early access games, because I'm not here saying you should buy them. I play them because I want to see them finished. But I'm sure it'll get to where it needs to be eventually. So discover Dwarf Fortress. I know that it's 20 years old, but which world is bigger? RimWorld or Dwarf? Which world is bigger? Do you mean like literally or figuratively? Because like Dwarf Fortress generates a map that if you use the normal size is roughly the same square kilometers as New Zealand. Whereas RimWorld is like a couple of very small maps. The actual playable space for Dwarf Fortress is significantly higher because like RimWorld, it's just like a map that you have, right? And you can have several different bases on different maps concurrently, but people don't really do that very often. Whereas in Dwarf Fort, it's about 250 to 400 maps stacked on top of each other vertically, kind of like Minecraft blocks. So like just map-wise, Dwarf Fortress is significantly bigger, but they're very different games. I mean, RimWorld is a more hands-on strategy game. Dwarf Fortress is more of a, I hesitate to say God game, but like world simulator. It's a very different kind of game versus like in RimWorld, you give direct orders to your people and they complete the orders. In Dwarf Fortress, you give your dwarves suggestions and sometimes they choose to listen to you. So they're pretty different games. Dwarf Fortress is the easier game, but RimWorld is the more strategically satisfying game. But Dwarf Fortress will give you a lot more replayability, in my opinion. But that will differ from person to person. Friskins, forever the elitist. I'm better than you at video games. Never change, mate. Oh, there's a cat. Like, where are you? Why? There's no way out that way. Man, a cat comes running out. Oh, it's going for the cat. Of course it is. Also, the Echo of Seducers. What a name. Can you steal them? If they're on your floor, they're yours now. If the dwarves don't immediately pick them up, try and assign them to a pedestal. Or put a stockpile underneath them and set them to an everything stockpile. This donkey could kill it if it kicked it perfectly. I mean, same though. Darius, come on, man. Aren't we all? Yeah, no, I mean, it's a skill check, right, Freskins? Come on, you old donk-a-donk. Get into the fort. Run! Lead it to my base. Speaking of lead it to my base, okay. They're coming down. Hey, chat. Can I get a round of touch moss for good luck, please? Because everybody wants to see this beastie trapped in thee. I'm just the random cats. Like, where are you coming from? RimWorld is a game that is very loosely inspired by the story generation of Dwarf Fortress that never really implemented the stuff that makes the story generation in Dwarf Fortress specifically interesting. I think it's certainly an attempt to replicate certain mechanics that could have done a much better job, but never did. Let's see if I can get this closed in time. Well, I should be able to lock this. And this. That should open this. Give them time to close you. Because these even if he decides to break the doors down, it'll take him a second. So now he's going through there. We've got another beast caught. That's 2. So we've got the Echo of Seducers now. Shoutouts to the donkey that led him there. And now I've got this human corpse that's assigned here, which is a problem. Where is it? I may need to kill it. Oh, never mind. It's very far away. You're enjoying the look of the beastie chambers? I hoped to make them look aesthetically satisfying, if nothing else. The cage was indeed forbidden because it was on the surface, and everything on the surface is forbidden. Or was, I guess. Okay, so now that that's done, let's do this. And continue building. Are we running a zoo now? This is maybe the most requested fort underneath the Gremlin video. So I was like, I didn't even ask people for fort ideas. It was just unprompted. People requested a fort where I catch beasts and make them fight other beasts, or make them fight demons. And so why not both? It's easy enough. Skeletons, it's always skeletons. Why is it always skeletons? Hey, donkey! Maybe I shouldn't kill the donkey. The donkey did kind of just help my fort, didn't it? What did I catch? That beast was very, very harmless, actually. That beast was the Echo of Seducers, and the Echo of Seducers is an enormous blob composed of ash. It has a spiral shell, and it undulates rhythmically. It's basically the boulder that tried to kill Indiana Jones. And then this one up here, we've got a enormous feathered leech. It has wings, and it is ravening. Its red feathers are downy. Beware its noxious secretions. The next one we're going to go for is, where is? Well, there's this guy down here. Bone Gut! Who's in a tree for some reason. Maybe stuck. Bone Gut is a huge skinless frog. It has wings, and it is slavering. Beware its deadly. Its bite. And then the last one that we need to go for is this thing, who is also stuck. The problem with this one is going to be getting to it. Because, like, you know what? We'll just do this. Probably won't sacrifice a dwarf, right? Where it? Where it? Where it? Okay, so you are right here. Pretty far down, actually. Now I'm not even seeing my own connections here. There it is. Got several creatures that are just stuck. There you are. All right. Nobody should be locked in a zone, although currently I don't think I can actually access this. Yeah, we have to dig up through here. I have a hard time actually caring about the world gen, which is a shame. Have you really tried to interact with it much? Because it is something you kind of have to go out of your way to interact with. Not saying that that's like, you know, the beauty, the biggest strength, but also the biggest problem with Dwarf Fortress's depth is that you can just completely ignore it. Which, you know, is a great thing, but it's also kind of a pity in a lot of ways. Because if it was harder to ignore, I think that it would make for a better game in a lot of ways. When I ask if you've like tried to interact with World Gen, have you read Legends at all? Have you looked up any like if you have a random visitor in your fort, look up their name in Legends and see what they've done. Follow a few of those, and then for me at the very least, it's very difficult to not end up staring at a dwarf who's the 18th son of a family of criminals who started a mercenary group that does nothing but steal treasures on behalf of a demon overlord and then also take part in mercenary for hire jobs where they persecute religions. Like, it's hard to not find that stuff as far as I can tell. At least for me, it's hard to not find that stuff. And just like looking into that stuff is interesting. Wait, what? The Age of Lobster. Okay, so are giant lobsters a thing? I'm trying to think what could cause that. Have I had much success from forts that... Yeah, I've had successful forts that only are built on the surface. I did a fortress called, sorry about the gimmicky name, but Starfield, which was a giant tower on the Untamed Wilds. I eventually ended up retiring it because it just got annoying to manage, but... miners created Rovod, a Dolomite Grate. I will absolutely make some use of that. But I had a fortress called Starfield, and Starfield defending it was a giant tower that had these huge suspended platforms stretched out over top of a giant like entryway. And the way I defended it was by dropping whole layers of clay on enemies that I constructed in between each siege. It was very, very, very cumbersome to rebuild, but it was very fun. Oh, it's a fantastic castle. Well, it's not a very realistic castle simulator, but it's a fun one, yes. How can Legends be seen? When you're not playing a fortress, when you retire your fortress, go load Legends mode instead of Fortress mode. I mean, here, I'll show you how to look at Fortress mode mid-fort, but it does require copying your save. Give me a second. I just need to wait for the game to finish saving so that I can save the game. You'll know what I mean in a sec. There's a giant cave lobster with 2 notable kills. That's amazing. Click Retire Fortress. And then save. And then save to a new timeline. Don't save to this timeline. Save to a new timeline. And we'll just call this Headpunch Legends. Press enter. And then you wait while the game thinks about it. For some reason, Legends Viewer doesn't work fully on my computer. I don't know what it is, non-major nerd. I've tried it in like 6 different web browsers. It like doesn't work. It doesn't load the map data, which is like one of the most important parts. It's very strange. Yeah, he did a good job on it, you know. So now that you've done that, if I continue game, right, I can go here. That's my most recent save, which literally just happened. So I can just keep playing from, you know, early autumn 381, right? But I can also now go start a fort in an existing world and just go to Headpunch Legends. Click on that. Wait for it to load. And if I do another retirement where I save the same fort, I just save it as Headpunch Legends so that it saves over the old one. And then just click on Legends. And this is the chronological history of the entire world. So if I just go to historical figures and type in, I don't know, Bone Doll, that dwarf that died. This dwarf was born. She was the only daughter of Mibzith Wheel Seeds and Endok Syrup Pens. Left the Sect of Amethyst and the Auburn Lie, the Tower of Clobbering, and settled in Headpunch, and then did a bunch of stuff in Headpunch. But that was one of my dwarves who knows really where they came from. So let's go see what their parents did. Apparently, this dwarf's parent, was friends with a goblin named Ari in the year 319. A second goblin as well became a Gelderin Ruthless Drain. So this dwarf, Bone Doll, Mebzuth, their parent, came from Goblin Civ, in fact, was a member of Goblin Civilization, and found a dwarf named Goden, who was the eldest son of some other dwarf, and they became lovers but broke up, and then found a new lover, and then got married to Goden eventually, and gave up being a Gelder and became a tavern keeper in the Goblin Dark Fortress. Before splitting up with, wait, hold on, you're married, and then you now have a new lover. So this dwarf now has two lovers. Became the Baroness of the Tower of Clobbering from Ruthless Drain, and then left. So I guess at some point in there, escaped or left and like inherited the role of Baroness. Fought in a bunch of fights against elves, defending a location, and then visited Mind Arch very consistently. So this dwarf who's visiting constantly, who is Bone Doll's mum, is actually one of the dwarves that visits alongside of the trade caravans every year. And because they're a baroness, I think they're also the outpost liaison, actually. So they're the outpost liaison. They're a war hero, having defended the fortress from elves, was originally raised by goblins and at some point snuck off, and now shows up once a year and trades with us until finally melting in a pile of lava in my fortress. Oops. This is a dwarf that wasn't part of my fort, that just, you know, showed up. Also, yeah, holy shit, that's a lot of elves. 57 elves, slaying 9. So, you know, like, it's hard not to find stuff like this. But that was their youngest daughter. What about your lover? Was a member of the Wild Creed. What is that? A human religion. Okay. So they worshipped a human god. They were childhood friends with a few people. Became a thresher. Was briefly a lover with Mebzith. But then became the road caretaker of the Stirred Group, which is a human job, and the head housekeeper of the Stirred Group, and the high chamberlain of the Stirred Group, the head counselor, and then eventually a baron of the Tavern of Clobbering. Oh, so like use this lover to like work her way into royalty in the Tower of Clobbering, which is my faction. Oh, I'm showing Legends because I had somebody in chat mention that they never managed to get into the stories of Dwarf Fortress. It's like, well, this is a way to like start to break down that barrier a little bit, I think. The establishment of a lended nobility proposed to the Tower of Clobbering was rejected by the Tower of Clobbering at Headpunch. That's me. I did that. I rejected becoming a nobility, even though they offered it to me. They also... merchants from the Tower of Clobbering visited the head cave of Clobbering at Headpunch, and they reported irregularities with their goods, meaning I like one of their wagons got destroyed. That's not my fault, okay? You fell down my stairs. It's not my fault there's a torrent of water jutting down it. But But yeah, you just dig into these, like who the heck is Vesh, the Fatal Crypts of Bone? The Fatal Crypts of Bone is a deity that occurs in the myths of the Tower of Clobbering. Vesh was most often depicted as a rotting female dwarf and associated with death. It's a good time. So, you could literally sit here and read these for hours. Like, I've spent like 11-hour streams just reading Legends before. And it just keeps going deeper, especially like if you go in with a goal or like somebody specific you want to look up. It usually goes ridiculously deep. And then there's also software like Legends Viewer, which makes it easier to parse. Thanks for the $10. I can't read it. It's very tiny. Hold on, let me read the thing. I gotta open up a thing to read the thing. Pages upon pages upon pages. But just make sure that you save it as a different timeline. You've been watching your videos and many of your lives and your work. Love your work. You've been playing Dwarf Fortress since ASCII, but you're a teacher and you've recently cultivated Dwarf Fortress players among many of your students. Strike the Earth. I don't know if like indoctrinating kids into a very time-consuming video game is a good use of your time as a teacher, but I respect it. Godspeed, you Black Emperor. Appreciate you. Thanks for $10. Now I'm in an ad break. Another thing that I would recommend when it comes to Dwarf Fortress, I mean, you could do that. That wouldn't be hard, Cheesy. I wouldn't do that because your mind is a better story generator than, computers that think for you. But what I would say is like, one of the best things that you can do in Dwarf Fortress is when you start a fortress, name one dwarf. Pick one of the 7. Somebody that you like. Somebody with a beard that you like. Somebody with a funny looking nose. Or maybe a dwarf with a weird ear. Or somebody from your first migrant wave. And then sort of do what I did with the 10 years of following one dwarf. But don't just follow one dwarf. And just check in with them every 6 months. Click on them. Go to their personality. See how it's changed. See how their memories have changed. See how the game has affected them. And just kind of follow it. And then if you find another dwarf that you like because they did something funny, like this dwarf, then check them occasionally and see how they're feeling. And see how they've been doing. And see if things have been improving in their life. And just kind of do that periodically. Because just slowly kind of getting used to following different dwarves and seeing what dwarves are doing is another really good way to develop little stories. Or, you could go heavy into the roleplay and play adventure mode, but it's not for everybody. The happiest child is named, and it's Tapioca. Probably Zooklar. You're playing with an iron toy axe. He's an optimist and he is slow to trust others. He is assertive and he can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. That being said, there are people who play Dwarf Fortress just as a town builder, and more power to you if that's what you enjoy in it. He is very humble and he is often cheerful. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. And he tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square his natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. And he tends to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and he has a sense of duty, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and he's getting used to tragedy. He dreams of seeing the great natural places of the world. He personally has a deep respect for animals, plants, and the natural world, and does not care about family one way or another. Yeah, it's been a minute since we played some adventure mode, so I think after this fort, not today, but once this fortress is finished, I think we'll play some more adventure mode. He likes stibnite aluminum and onyx and turkey leather, as well as llama wool and backpacks and traction benches and rabbits for their ears. Spelt for their beer and the sight of the meandering lyrics. Impossible prefers to consume giant leopard seal and 2-grain wheat beer. And honey bee honey and flax flour. Can't stand cave spiders. Your father's a siege engineer, you have an older brother, and your mother is a mason. You know the answer to that question, huzzah. I have 2 rocks in this fort too. Also many boulders, unrelated to the 2 rocks. I think I'll just queue this up. Just do a second one. How many dolomite blocks do I have? $344. Let's just do 300. I mean, everything about Dwarf Fortress multiplayer sounds like a nightmare to me, so maybe I'm just biased in the wrong direction. But nothing about that seems even remotely pleasant to me. Like, I think as long as I live, people will talk about it like it's something that I'm supposed to think sounds like fun, but I don't see it. Okay, so here is a bullshit idea. It's not an MMO for adventure mode, but you have a multi-user dungeon lobby where if you're playing a... this wouldn't even make sense in the current game. Where if you're playing a Chosen, you could talk to other players through the lobby while in-game, and when your Chosen character dies, before you start a new Chosen and that Chosen is resurrected, assuming it's the same god, that character could trade for a starting item with other players. That's about as far as my brain could comprehend that. But also, oh God, please no. God, no. Why? Oh God. Scene from The Office. What I actually just want is easier save sharing. Because if it was easier to share save files, then I would just make Succession Forts a more common thing. But, like, one of the biggest complaints Dwarf Fortress gets is the art style. So, like, it's kind of hard for people to convince me that they want a game with Dwarf Fortress art. Because every time I blink, somebody's just complaining about how the way Dwarf Fortress looks. Apparently I do have native platinum. Plat in minecart. It's probably just something I get, Ozium, because I have YouTube comments that I am unfortunate enough to be subjected to on a regular basis. So I see all the people who are like, game ugly, why didn't they make the game look good? Took so long, why didn't they make the game not ugly? That kind of thing, you know? And it's just people with bad taste and bad takes, just spewing them with no real sense or logic. Or, what? Why are you playing this? Game ugly. BRB, gonna go play Fortnite. By the way, Fortnite's really fucking ugly. It's that kind of people. Oh no, I mean, like, I love the way the ASCII looks. Like, I just don't play it because it's harder to stream, but I do love the way the ASCII looks. I mean, look at this fort. It's a dope-looking fort. Look at that. It's pretty rad looking. You're strangy? Yeah, okay, I agree. That's my black. No, trust me, you're not strange. You've just got good taste. So freaking cool looking. You know, I never actually would let the gem windows blink. I would always just make sure they were the same gem all the way around because I don't like the blinking. I find it irritating. Where did I put those bedrooms? Oh, there. Caravan has arrived. Well, it's trading season. I should probably place that Dolomite grate somewhere. Why don't I do this? I'm just going to make this into my crafting area for my stoneworker shops. Just bring those other two boulders. Play with the graphics turned on is my advice to learn to playing the game with ASCII. And then swap back and forth. That's the actual advice that I have. Because you'll just slowly get used to the other while playing one. But the reason, like, I think the reason that a lot of people are were so turned off by the ASCII is two things. If you're colorblind, you're just completely fucked. Like, straight up, like, the game is actually unplayably bad if you're colorblind. The second problem I think with ASCII is just it does drastically increase the barrier to entry, right? And even when it comes to ASCII games, or ASCII, for the one person who's going to correct me, Dwarf Fortress is a very convoluted visually game. Like, even when it comes to comparable enough games, Dwarf Fortress is a very visually busy game. Things are pretty good. Zavi, yourself? Do you know that togas are considered armor? If you didn't, now you do. Don't know why, but it is. Anything you wear is considered armor? Yeah, I just felt like saying it out loud. But it's specifically listed under armor instead of, you know, footwear, handwear, headwear, etc. It's kind of always perplexed me a wee bit because, like, they're separated out in the stockpiles, but not in the trading menu. It's gonna take a while to haul. Yeah, huh? What are you supposed to wear? Kid armor? Come on. It's probably what a human feels like when they are told to wear dwarven armor. Ooh, quartzite amulet. So many rando amulets. You know, literally every other stream that you tune into, you've had an impromptu MTG day. So congratulations on, once again, yet another impromptu Magic the Gathering day. I hope it went well. I hope you had fun. Oh my Christ, I got so many totems. Look at all these totems. You haven't been into MTG in 3 weeks? Well, I mean, that's what I think of when you tune in, because you always let me know that you've happened to have MTG today. So I associate you with impromptu MTG. It could have been 6 months, and I'd be like, man, every time you tune in, you mention MTG. We've also been over this before, too. It's good to see you, Zalvi. 984 items, man. It's quite the ask. Farmer Femme cancels store-owned item, reason to injured. Alrighty, Farmer Femme. You, quit doing all these. Where's your bedroom? I'm not going to allow you to store your items anymore. Your items are now forbidden. So that you stop canceling trying to store owned item because reason to injured. So now is the time that we get to find out something exciting, chat. You know how recently in streams I randomly just get Sunbeam on me? I've reorganized my office now and I'm at the other end of the room. There is a big Sunbeam right there. Is it going to hit me? Or not? So far the lighting's been better though. I mean, that's a legit 1v1 call too. Are you talking about Zombie Giant Sponge? That's the one off the top of my head that I know who streams Dwarf Fortress, who does everything in ASCII. There's a couple though. Miguel. I just try and make the game seem accessible, and ASCII's kind of the antithesis of that, even though ASCII's cool. I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation, the Baron Consort. I don't want to do it yet. Although I do need to go up to here. And close this, so they don't take this exit. So if they take that exit, well, it's not going to end super well. This can get opened, though. Okay, I think my military has been training for long enough. Let's give these dwarves a break. Like a proper break. And before Ratmos just like beats the ever-living crap out of you at chess. I'm cheering for Ratmost here. I don't know why. Those two I picked. X's weight. What'd they bring? They brought a bull and a cow. Burgers. Turns out they want to trade burgers. It's a free cage with a bull inside of it. Or rather, a bull that comes with a free cage is probably what I should be saying here. I'm just going to buy their books. And Classic Evaporation and Condensation. It's a copy of it. Well, it's a classic, apparently. I got to make up for all of the failed stuff last time. It's okay, chat. Hazaz's going to chicken out because he needs to do wrist exercises, and his wrist therapist said that he can't play chess because it hurts his wrists. So it's going to take at least 8 months of training for Hazaza to be ready for this 1v1, and by that point, he's just going to hope that we've all forgotten. Yeah, chess is the original war. Well, it's an original war game, maybe not the... I actually don't know what's older. What's older, Go or chess? It's the frame of the fight, rising up to the challenge of your rival. Is it worth minting coins in DF? I mean, they're an okay trade good. They're really, really good ammunition. I have a bunch of coins because I had a mayor that wanted coins, and I've been too lazy to tell them to stop making coins. So sure, yeah, I would say it's worth it. We can set up the event in Discord. Well, I mean, I think they both have their own Discords too, Hobo. Although everybody has a Discord. Remember to check Azaza's butthole for cheating devices. I'm told that's a serious concern. It's just the 45 goblins up there, okay? It's fine. None of them are cheating, but they may be using radios to send him sneaky tips, such as, he still has a queen. Friday in 2026. Yeah, I'm sure we'll get right on that. And after the first round's over, you can play the second round in Chess 2, the sequel to Chess, which is definitely real that they definitely made. You're imagining war trainable bulls in your mind palace. It's a very, very easy thing to mod. And that's also something that doesn't require like starting a new world to mod. You just need to add a tag to them in the raws tree farm. It's just war trainable in brackets, and then you can war train them. They'd probably be pretty good, actually. Bulls? They just charge. Although they'd have the same problems that like a lot of other war trainable animals have, where they would need to be, what's the word? They would need to be pastured. And then round 3, you guys will have to play a game of, or simultaneous games of shotgun chess. Shotgun King, specifically, to see who gets the most win streaks in a row. I don't actually know where this 1v1 me in chess duel thingy started between Ratmost and Hazaza, but I'm rolling with it. I missed the beginning of the conversation. I mean, so to Treefire X in YouTube chat, I would say mod something like wolves to be war trainable first, or giant wolves, or like, you know, one of those other animals that are like, that don't need to graze. But also making cows moddable would also give you, or modding bulls to be war trainable would also give you war trainable cows too, wouldn't it? Which would be kind of funny. So many damaged things. Should also place this statue that I made earlier. Damn right, Shaka. I don't know, man. A bull riding at you would be pretty scary. To me, a bull, having been charged by a bull before, I feel like bulls are more of a war creature than, like, elephants. Chess boxing? That certainly sounds like a thing that's real. Some migrants have arrived. Population continues to climb. We haven't been attacked by the necromancers at all today. Huh. Interesting. Bear cavalry? But it's barely cavalry. Could do so much better than that. You mother trucker. So far, Corpse Man has killed Ilmirin, Croc, and Arende. And now Stodier. Gosh darn it, man. Gosh darn it. God damn it. Dag nabbit. What a goddamn shame, man. Yeah, just a few. Do you feel less bad about dying now? That you've seen just quite how many coffins I have? Yeah, I'm kind of hoping he'll get a fell mood. I'm also kind of hoping he'll make it to legal age so I can put him into prison for the rest of his life. Oh well. At the very least, we did just get like a good-sized migrant wave. Apparently, I actually have more minecarts than I realized. For some reason, I thought I was out of platinum minecarts. Indicate. I mean, it is named after a viewer, yeah, but it's honestly a pretty apt name. It's honestly a pretty apt name as far as I'm concerned. All right, so you... Right here, we're gonna go plunk this down, and this down, and this down. Now that we're back in the era of doors being breakable, things are now much closer to the way they used to be with how you would do this sort of thing. Basically, these doors, I will lock the first one, and then if this thing can destroy doors, when I chop this tree down, it'll start trying to destroy it, but won't destroy it. And then it'll go through the first one, second one, third one, and then we will lock it inside properly. The other thing I need to do, let's go all the way up to here, and plop a door or a drawbridge right here. Sure, rock salt works for this one. This can go up to here. And then let's see what blocks we can place up here. We'll just use these, sure. Still got a few more construction tasks to do first, but we're getting there. I can't even remember what that beast is, honestly. Doors are breakable, but not all Forgotten Beasts are capable of breaking doors. So you kind of have to be cautious. Doors have been breakable since around halfway through adventure mode development, but wasn't added into the main game until adventure mode released. Is it a web beast? I don't think so. It is the deep loyalty of snails. I presume it has a deep loyalty to snails. It has deadly blood. It's a great feathered ankylosaurid. It has 3 long hanging tails and it belches and croaks. Its chestnut feathers are downy. Beware its deadly blood. And I don't know how it got stuck up here, but it did. And it's stuck up here. It's been on the map for quite some time. But somehow it got stuck up here. Your guess is as good as mine as to how he did it. Oh, maybe from above. Yeah, probably from above. Yes. That's how it should be and how it was before. In the before times. And an ad break, so I will pause game until ads is done. And that I will just pull it when it's done. Well, wouldn't you be if you were in the same position as that beast? Still got a little bit of work to do before I can catch that beast, but we're getting there. And also one layer lower. Since I'm waiting. And now we wait. Syndrome blood, yes. I have to say that The Incredibles wrecked the word syndrome for me. It doesn't mean anything except for syndrome! That's all it means to me at this point. Also, chat, I have to say a real quick thank you because on Twitch here we've cleared my daily minimum by $5, which means we're likely to make minimum wage today. Because I do have a video appointment thingy at 5:30, so this won't be the longest stream I've ever done. Tomorrow will be a closer to normal length stream. Thanks for the 75th month with Prime. Appreciate you, mate. And orange with the 49th month.
I don't have anything clever for 49.
Nothing clever? Not something about you becoming a golden girl at 50? Wait, is it 55 that you become a golden girl? Shit. Ah! Close enough. May not get to work tomorrow. That seems bad. You should, like, make sure that, you know, you can get to work tomorrow. Do you take a bus to work and use a card? Can't you pay with cash? Or do you live in one of those weird cashless societies? Dwarven Miner 49er. True, yeah, you could do that. Yeah. Ah. Yeah, that seems... That seems like a legitimate reason to have multiple cards. Which, I've got multiple cards specifically because most of my bills are on one. And then... the rest is just for, what's it called? Not bills. My bills are on one of the cards, and then if something happens to that one, then I have my backup card, basically. In the post pile somewhere, you should go check that. Yeah, you should definitely go check that. You have one specifically for gas? Hear that, chat? Orange is a gas. I read that as play Starlink, Freskins. And, so, I need to show you guys with one thing why I am a sick human being. What are you trying to add your email address to? Dick Van Dyke? This is still what I think of when people say Starlink. That's all. This, probably for the rest of my life, will be the first thing that comes to mind when people say the words Starlink. This thing makes me kind of happy because it's like, hey, it's a game what had Star Fox in it, at least on the Nintendo. Whereas actual Starlink just makes me kind of mad on all fronts. Half because space pollution and half because guy who runs it's a Nazi and it's like, anyway. Is that No Man's Sky? No, it's Starlink. Shush. Yeah, no, I mean, aesthetically the ships kind of look like No Man's Sky, but it's like, it was a Toys to Life game by Ubisoft where you could assemble bits and pieces of ship toys into ships and then fly around in those ships. Yeah, nobody bought it. Because nobody in their right mind should buy a Toys to Life game. Starlake was the name of it. I mean, Starface would just be don't fly on your own supply, right? Although I still maintain that the worst name for a video game of all time, I don't know why this is where I'm going to next, but the worst video game of all time is, or name of a video game of all time, is Warface. That multiplayer shooter from a while ago. Oh, you were trying to make a new account, dastardly? Can I ask why? The other username was very sufficient, but works too. Forgot you had an old one. All right, well, whatever works. I've just got too many hauling jobs once again. Also, apparently somebody's injured, so there's a recover wounded task right now. It's kind of fucked. Prey is a sick game, but the name is generic as fuck. Apparently that game had a different name, Miguel. But Prey was an old series of games. They made 2 of them, Prey and Prey 2. And their publisher, ZeniMax, was like, hey, no, you can't name it this. But you have to name it Prey or we'll cancel your game. So their publisher made them rename it. Dastardly Dyke Dastardly, thank you very much for that tier 1 subscription. Chat, can I get a round of beers for that brand new sub? It means a lot, seriously, because those paying subscriptions are what help me keep the partner status that I have, which lets me get 70% of my subscription revenue. So thank you very much for that. As has been noted multiple times in chat, subscription numbers are down basically over all of Twitch, including me. And I'm still one of the lucky ones where I am like, I get the best cut from Twitch, but you know, it's not unrealistic to see a world where it drops below that. Speaking of System Shock, aren't they, I saw a post about supposedly there's a System Shock 2 remake in the works now because System Shock 1 did well, which is a really cool concept, actually. Who made the original Prey games? For some reason, I'm thinking it was Human Head Games, but... Uh-oh. Don't want them throwing those boulders that way. Should just dump them there. God, Showdown is hot. Word. Yeah, I really liked the System Shock remake, and it was just as hard to stream as I expected it to be, but I did finish it off stream, and it was great. There was like a few things about like the visuals of the station that made, I think, navigating it a little bit harder than it needed to be, but yeah, I do agree, a very solid remake for the most part. Okay, so now I just need to plop this down here. I was gonna say, I don't think I have that much, but I can hope. Start up here and go 1, 2. Maybe just 1. Not quite enough, but I can go up to here and do the last one. I think the studio shut down originally, wasn't it? For System Shock 3. Same thing that happened to the Deus Ex games. You're such a crazy looking dwarf. Wait, actually, who was making System Shock 3? That wasn't a Night Dive thing, was it? Or was that a Starbreeze thing? Huh. For some reason, like I seem to recall that being announced now that you mention it, but like, yeah, you're right. Like that thing did just kind of vanish, and everybody just kind of forgot it. Thinking back on it now, I think that might have also been one of those games where it was like, oh God, why are they making a sequel to System Shock kind of situations? It's like, there's no way that could possibly be good. Like, there's no way that you could, like, live up to the... It's like making Half-Life 3. It's, like, an unrealistic thing to even consider now because, like, there's no way it would live up to the expectations. So maybe, like, the people who would be reminding me that that's a thing are just hoping it doesn't actually happen. Yeah, other side, which is Starbreeze. Yeah, no. Just being led by Warren Spector? I don't know. I don't know if I necessarily trust... Even people who had hands in the original of a thing like that, like, I don't know. That's a big set of shoes to fill, you know? You almost always play at least 5 or 6 forts and a handful of adventurers per world. Nickbon in YouTube chat. I find the game significantly more enjoyable that way. So I keep looking at Twitch chat and just seeing Dyke say, God, Shodan is hot. And all I can say is, well, I guess that means that we know who tells their partner to keep the Shodan voice changer on during sex. I don't know why that's where my... Anyway. Now I need to look into if that exists just for science. Probably does. The what? You heard me. Pathetic creature of meat and bone. Damn right! Huh? Oh my Christ. Ha. Grown. I'm so fucking done with this. All of this death because Chad's just like, hey, Blind, would you consider making a fishing area? And I listened. I did it. And I'm still wondering why I decided to go against all of my morals and let the dwarves fish. Still wondering why. Yep. Claros, yep. Yep. Chat fishing scammed me? Shh. I mean, I'm not saying that because that's quite the accusation, but we'll go with yes. I think that this well might have as high of a kill count as any of my dwarves at this point. What's wrong with it? I mean, you asked and answered your question in one sentence. It's too easy to feed your whole fort with nothing but fishing. Although, ironically, I don't even have fishing enabled. I don't even know how this dwarf ended up in here. Sometimes fries. I sometimes eat fries, too. Thank you very much for that, for converting that Prime subscription to a Tier 1 subscription after subscribing with Prime. That's maybe one of the most confusing sentences I've seen in a minute. Like, followed, then immediately subs with Prime. I go to say thank you, and then I see a Tier 1 sub pop up. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded without me having to fill the stream up with Surfshark ads or some other nonsense. Appreciate you greatly. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for all of those subscriptions? Really does mean a lot, mate. Please God, do not use not the Surfshark. I've been watching We're in Hell videos recently, and like there's a whole series of videos that he's done that are all sponsored by Surfshark, so it's stuck at the front of my brain. There are better VPNs that you could use. So Ozithum is saying, gifting a dwarf to the first person in YouTube chat to say their favorite whoa, Jesus fucking Christ, hold on a second. To say their favorite Dwarf Fortress rock and building material. So YouTube chat, what's your favorite rock and building material? And Twizzler Online, thanks for the 20 subscriptions. Holy shit, dude. Thank you so much. Chat, can I get a pile of beers for that? Maybe like 20. Do you appreciate my content? Well, I appreciate your contribution to the silly stuff that I do here. Here, have a sub. I did that anonymously because it could theoretically hype train if somebody else does something, but have some ad-free viewing, friend. You? I mean, I am, because of what you did. So thank you. You know, it's like when you go to the store and then you spend $100 and they give you a $3 free cookie and you're like, yay, I got a cookie. I used to go to this grocery store that would give me free coffee and a muffin in exchange for $25 in groceries, and I always was like, man, this is like the greatest deal ever. But like in actuality, it's like, okay, how much really do those coffee and muffin like? how much does the coffee and the muffin actually make them? Better be a goddamn good cookie. Man, that's cheap for a cookie. You should live somewhere more expensive. Or maybe don't, actually. Although I ate a sourdough pizza pocket for $5 the other day, and my God, it was good. I would have spent $8 on that pizza pocket. Okay, maybe in your country, I can get 30 eggs for $11 Canadian. Anyway, if somebody cheers $1 in bits or resubs or gifts a sub, that starts a really big hype train. Otherwise, don't worry about it. I mean, I used to do that all the time, elephants. Back when, like, I could get a coffee and a muffin for $25 in groceries. Yeah, I did all my grocery shopping there for years. Until they got rid of that deal, actually.
Hype.
Also, thank you very much for that $1 unemployed Shaku. And for the 27th, I almost said 24th, 27th month from Synth. Appreciate you, mate. There you go. That's almost level 5 hype. Almost a level 5 hype train. It's a big chugga choo choo. Now we follow the dwarf who is felling a tree. Let's see how quickly this dwarf can run. Devilish-ish potato. It's your time to shine. Or immediately goes splat. They have to bravely run away. The hype train needs 11 subscriptions to level up, or $54 in bits. Thank you, chat. Today's been a great day. Holy shit, Twizzler. Thanks for the 11 subscriptions. God damn. We need to finish it out. I mean, they're infinite. They just keep leveling up. We're going to be here for a while then. Please don't do that. That's too much money. Now it needs 15 to level up. But I appreciate the enthusiasm. Now the game is saving. Jesus. Wolfest Wolf, thanks for the 15. Holy shit. Yeah, right? It's almost like you guys are coordinating this. Good lord. What is happening? Chat's playing chicken is what's happening. Now it's a level 7. It needs 20 to level up. Teamwork, please. Don't you max your credit card here. That's a bad way to spend your money, I swear. I won't complain, but it's a terrible way to spend your money. I mean, there's more than 20 people who probably have an active Prime sub watching the stream between Twitch and YouTube. Hey, YouTube chat, you guys can help too, you know? I'm sure at least one of you has a Prime sub. You know you do. Don't worry. Chat's been more than nice enough. I did complain at you. Well, that's because... that's for other reasons, Orange. You know why I complained at you. Sometimes, Fries, thanks for the 10-pack. You are Prime sub in 3 days. Don't do things you can't afford, mate. Halfway there, living on a prayer. And we're now going to see if this dwarf's going to make it. Run! Swiftly. Oop. Come on, Mr. Deep Loyalty of Snails. Orange, thanks for checking a sub at Cathode, the Ray Tube. It needs 9 subscriptions to level up now. Or, $12 in bits. Stoned Hobo checking in a 10-pack. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, dude. What are those doors for? In case it moved faster than it did, I was going to tell it to stop moving by locking a door. But because it didn't move that quickly, I was like, well, that's fine. Dwarf? Run? Please? I have words, but oh yeah. Oh, speaking of words, I also have those. A vile force of darkness has arrived, and they are seeking a parlay. Armok Urus, thank you very much for the Prime sub, and Hobo, thanks for gifting us up to Bob. The hype train is now on level 8. It's ridiculously high. Thank you very much. You guys are extremely kind. We've probably doubled the daily minimum. And now it needs, what, 23 subscriptions to level up? Well, we'll have to deal with that. But first, let's worry about the beast, okay? Because it is still running in my hallways. And here it comes. It's good to have you back, Bob. Just wanted to get a better look at it? Probably, yeah. Kitten with a pancake, thanks for the Prime sub. Hobo, thanks for the $2.50. Cents and biddies. I forgot to lock the front door. Should probably lock the front door. Oh, I should also lock the top door. And this door. I forgot to lock all the doors. That's a lot of beak dogs. Thought you followed already? Clearly you forgot. How goes the creature capturing? Great. Aside from that, I forgot to pull the levers. Not so great for that one dwarf who just died to this one. Where is it going? Oh, it's gonna go kill that gazelle. But we've caught 2. So I guess it's gonna go murk that gazelle. Or it's just gonna chase it. Because that's what they do. I mean, I like kittens and pancakes, so yeah, I would say most of the people here are awesome. Because one of them decided to name themselves Kitten with a Pancake. It's the adult cats that I have a problem with. The deep loyalty of snails indeed. Okay, can you... There's 1 minute left on the hype train. 21 subscriptions. Away from finishing level 8, which would be ridiculous. Oh, hey, we caught up. Ella Fantasies. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. I'm presuming you're elephants from YouTube. Thank you. It's very kind of you. Yes, reasons. I mean, hey. You figured it out? Thank you. Enjoy the lurks on the YouTube sides, and I'll check chat when I can. So right now, this gazelle, honestly, is kind of ruining my day. It's kiting like a champ. It kind of is. It's certainly more agile than this beast is. Maybe it'll lose interest. Nope. Oh no, it's going to be trapped if it goes up that way. Oh. I could just send this thing out to go fight the enemy army. Thank you very much for the hype train chat. The 74 subscriptions and $3.50 in bits. Holy shit. Wow. Thank you. Was not expecting anything crazy like that today. Although I guess you never are in this industry. So appreciate you guys. This Monster Hunter stream looks different. It looks perfectly normal. I don't know what you're talking about. Just squint and you'll see the graphics through the pixels. That one is kind of, it kind of looks like Coraline, actually. Orange. Really does look like Coraline, actually. Huh. I'm not sure. Well, okay, so we've locked all the access to the surface, so that might have something to do with why there's a gazelle down here. They noticed that devilish potato's missing. Should I just send it out to go fight the army? Kinda tempted. You know, we'll see if we can kite it out the surface. So there goes the top. But I'll try and catch it without catching the gazelle. Thanks for continuing that gift sub, Twizzler. From some generous anonymous individual. I mean, it definitely has supreme loyalty to snails, or at least mimicking their lack of agility. Chat, can I get a big old pile of beers for all of those gift subs and that hype train? And an ad break is about to start, and I'm gonna go use the toilet. I will be right back. Blah. All right, now I just gotta wait for the ad stand. Succumb to the invasion. Succumb to these nuts. Why in the world would I ever succumb to your invasions? What do you think they are? A threat? Not to me. And certainly not today. So while we sit here and wait, do you do anything fun this weekend, chat? While I wait another 2 seconds. All right, hold that thought. Let's go back to watching this thing play yakety sax. Hardest you've laughed in years? It's funny that, like, for years games tried to do comedy and they always sucked at it, and they finally figured it out now. And it turns out the way you do comedy in a video game is you just put other people in situations that are funny. Where are you going, Beastie? You keep making me thinking the game's paused. You have a tree to take down because of woodpecker? Oh. I saw a bird come out of the wall of the neighboring building. Multiple, actually. That sounds like an interesting way to spend it. You always do interesting music things. Boom, boom. I had a very busy weekend. My parents came and visited, and a friend came and visited. So it was a very busy weekend. I went to 2 concerts in one day, which was like a lot. On Friday, yeah, I went to 2 different shows in one day. I saw 4 bands at the first show and then saw 2 bands at the second show. And one of them was a Dark Souls themed band called The Nameless King. Which was pretty funny. You can't even remember what you did this weekend? Yeah, that's fair. Alrighty, Beastie, you wanna wander into my 40 so I can, you know, capture you and add you to my collection? Or go try and bite the baddies on this. There's a cat. You're not gonna have any more luck catching the cat. No, it's just slow and lumbering. Some are just slow and lumbering. And, you know, it's just like the size of Appa from, you know, The Last Airbender. And that is like a gazelle, acting like a gazelle. So it's like bouncing in between rocks and trees and whatnot and doing the whole, you can't catch me. Yeah, no, exactly, Vakruk. Cat acted like it saw a cucumber. I too have seen that video. Which one, though? There's so many Bard's Tales. It's a whole franchise. Or do you specifically mean the first Bard's Tale? Because that's purely writing. I mean, like, slapstick comedy. Like, slapstick comedy is something that's really difficult to do in video games. It's like 2020 was like the year, maybe not 2020. It was like 2021, 2022 was like the year of slapstick comedy and video games suddenly working. Whenever Lethal Company came out, I guess. All right, actually, maybe Human Fall Flat was like the first slapstick comedy I remember being successful for me anyway in a video game. Not at the pace they're going, because it's not just like straight running. But if they were just straight running, then yeah. I'm kind of tempted to just exterminate the gazelle, to be honest. But I feel like that's kind of cheating. So I guess what I should actually do, just go up here and open that. Oops. Hope it goes back to the surface and then lock the door. You do realize a gazelle is not a deer, right? Just... Well, that certainly changes things up a little bit. The forgotten beast, Anna Stanospan has come. A towering quadruped composed of clear glass. It has a knobby trunk and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its poison gas. That is horrifying. Okay. And it can get to us. Okay, well, hold on. I will just simply sit here. Hold on, actually, I do have this set up correctly, don't I? Yes. Yes, I do.
Dwarvenkind knew that they cannot change society. So instead of reflecting on themselves, they enslave the beasts.
Well, this one's coming directly for me. Here we go, chat. Let's actually lock it in here with us. Sagamura, thank you very much for the 6th month. Welcome back. Yeah, I've had blobs composed of metal before, too. So I lock both of these so that if it decides to break the door down, it takes a second. Now we just hope that they're quick about slamming the doors and it doesn't know how to break the doors down. I'm getting the feeling that it doesn't know how to break the doors down because it's just sitting there. Uh-oh. Okay, don't you. Maybe it does. Okay, one's been pulled. Whew, that's the first one. There we go. That's 2 caught. Time to prep the next one. Although it's mostly prepped. Chat, can I get a round of beasts for... Yay! It would probably die to the Goblin Siege, actually. If it had Deadly Dust, that would be like an eviscerator. You know, that's a new one, Hilary. Like, normally people just say bear. Like, the word bear, like, is in the animal. Like, round of bears. Never had someone say beets. Don't forget the entrance door, too. You know what, the top one? Yeah, I mean, I should probably close that. I mean, where is Stesost? Still chasing the fucking gazelle. I don't know if we need it, man. I'm not positive we actually need that closed. I mean, like, maybe we do, but... I don't know, I'm starting to wonder. By the way, Bone Doll, we found out 2 things. 1, you're dead. 2, did you know that your parent was a baron who was previously of the goblin civilization that's currently attacking us, and was also our outpost liaison for the first several years before they were accidentally melted by a bunch of lava, unfortunately, which was completely unrelated to me, I swear. All of that. Did you catch that? Sorry about killing you, but... Your parents had an interesting history. Ah, so the first Bard's Tale then. I'm good. I seem to recall playing that, or watching that, or watching a Let's Play of that. I can't remember. It was one of those. A long time ago. Another one. The Forgotten Beast Yamori Yandaluithi has come, a great humanoid composed of solid salt. It has a curling trunk and a bloated body. Beware, it's deadly dust. It's definitely in Bronze 5 in League of Legends. Where are you, though? Well. Boys, we got another one. Construct building. I don't like that these pants are still here. Like, I really don't like that. God, that would be cool if it actually worked that way, Larry. I mean, maybe if its deadly dust is strong enough. Okay, so this one's going for the goblins. So there's two beasts on the map for you. There's one that's very, very heavily distracted by a gazelle. And then there's the other one, and they're both going for the goblin siege. Which is kind of cool. So let's see how this goes. The glass one is in my container cage. This one is made of solid salt. The other one is just a dinosaur with deadly blood. But this one is the one my money's on. What are you going after? Oh, you're also chasing the fucking gazelle? Are you serious right now? Okay, you know what? That's it. You're all expelled. Enjoy your time outside. Also, there's a bunch of... couple dead goblins over here because a forgotten beast got up to them, and... I presume one of them already fought with them? Yet neither of them are dead, so... I mean, you're all the way out here. Where's the other one? It's a big-ass map, by the way. This is going to be a really hard fight to follow. Yeah, they're all the way down here. Yeah, they got Mineras, they got ogres. Should I just cancel the parlay? This is definitely not max size. It's also definitely not default. The maximum size is 16 by 16. This is at 7 by 7. It's too big, though. It makes the game laggy. It's like bigger than I... Oh! Well, beasts themselves are fighting. So we got Salty Beast and the snail. I do have bad news, though. The snail did, in fact, kill its gazelle that it was chasing. So this guy is, like, very beaten up, but isn't dead yet. The other one is just bleeding profusely. And it seems that the snail has won, but is now bleeding very heavily. Well, I mean, the idea was to enslave the beasts so that they fight. So we are technically getting what we want here. Now it's heading back towards my fort for some reason to chase another gazelle. Well, at least it got it this time. It would be very funny if they... I honestly think it would have been really funny if they just, like, self-killed each other. Like, one of them just makes the other one bleed to death. This thing ain't gonna last too long against the goblins, though. We were able to catch the really strong one. The glass one with the gas. That one we did catch, so. At least I think we did. Did we not? Okay, you just, like, fell. Okay, so you're there. Just taking count of all of them. The goat is giving you Jurassic Park vibe. Yeah, kinda. I guess it's just you left. I'm also amazed that it was able to get the gazelle. I guess it just snuck up on it. The gazelle must have just been eating. Oh, it's chasing another one. Please tell me you have a personality. Finds helping others as an imposition on his time. He despairs of anything positive happening in the future. And lives without feelings of hope. It is very stubborn and is rarely moved to mercy. And it just killed another gazelle. I really wish that they had likes and dislikes, so I could be like, he likes gazelles for their whatevers. It is, yeah, it also resists sickness. I think you mean impartial my gazelle. He hasn't killed a single donkey yet. To control recruited companions in adventure mode. No. So this thing has deadly blood. Also, you're also covered. Several of them actually have the stuff from the Forgotten Beast. Wait, how are you moving if you're unconscious? Is the goblin just forcing you to move? Oh, wait, it's because I'm not following you. Seems like they're all just unconscious after getting covered in its blood. Now they appear to be vomiting? Yep. So it causes unconsciousness and nausea. Well, I could just fire the railgun at them. Because we haven't fired it yet today, so gotta find some reason to. I do have to actually let them in, though, by deconstructing the wall at the end. Which means there's one other thing I need to do. I need to hotkey this location because I can never remember where it is. That back gate. This one. Ah, it is closed. Okay. Now I do need to open... Is it done? Yeah, and we just wait for this. And I will deny their parlay. I don't know how they're getting the message, but I'm sure a carrier pigeon will bring it. You're trying to make something. What do you need? You got bars. Do you need bones? You do, in fact, need bones. Now we wait. Now miasma for a perfect trio. Yeah, and then they'll be fully disgusted in every logical way possible. Oh, here comes the dwarf. Crown and all. Oh. Also need to make a tomb for Devilish. And then let's just jump up to the enemy siege and see where they're headed. Doesn't seem like any of them died of it. Tis indeed a lot of beak dogs, yep. Crow, that is true. That is in fact a very large number of beak dogs. Can they destroy hatches and grates a Z level above them? No. Unless something has very heavily changed in the code. Nothing can be toppled from the layer below. I wonder if Dragonfire can actually destroy things a layer above them. I don't know. You build the railgun for a reason? Naturally. This has been kind of a nutty series of events. Absolutely nutty. And it ain't even over yet. Also, I would just like to inform you guys, because of that hype train, this has been my best day this month. Best day in the last 2 months. Second best day of the year. So thank you. Thanks for the $1, Kaz. The only day that was better was the last day that I was on front page. Bongs aren't filled with poison gas, they're filled with noxious fumes. Come on. Intoxicating gas. What? I thought I opened this. Whoops. I hadn't even opened the gate. Kind of explains their strange direction. I see a question about Forgotten Beasts, but I forgot I answered it. And I was about to answer it a second time, and I was like, wait a second. Hold on. Hold the cell phone. Got another call coming in. You know, I'm very perplexed. Like, previous days playing this fort, we've had so many goblins appear. Whereas, like, today, it's dropped down to basically... Well, I guess we've had 2 sieges. One was like a very small scouting party, and then one was this. And now we finally get to fire the railgun for the first time today. And hopefully they move quickly, because I do have a a meeting I need to go to, which is via Zoom call, so. And that is in 25 minutes. So they have 25 minutes, and then we do unfortunately need to end stream, but. So 22 minutes is what these goblins have to walk. Move, goblins! Was of the Steam release, and I could Google this, but what is the trigger for raids and shit? It's population is what makes the goblins notice you, but only if they're within range. So if you're close enough to goblins that when you settle, it says that there's goblins that are within range of you, that they are, you know, a threat, basically, when you're settling. Once you have more than 20 dwarves, you can get scouting parties, which are just like 10 plus thieves. And then when you have 80 dwarves, you can get full-size sieges like that. But that can all just be adjusted in the difficulties screen. Although if you just want to get attacked by stuff, you can just go attack them with any amount of dwarves, and then they'll start sending sieges at you. Yes, very much a target-rich environment. Very true, this. I think a dwarf died. Nope, they're just... Why are you slamming into an obstacle that also happens to be your own beak dog? I'm not sure. They keep, like, accidentally fighting amongst themselves. See? I think it's because it keeps... One of the beak dogs keeps vomiting and dropping the person that's riding it. Dakos the Armorer has created Beckerable, an iron buckler, and offers it to the head cave of Clobbering. That's going to go to the captain of the guard. Sure, yes. I'm maybe wait until we get to shoot some minecarts at this army. Cyprint. It's going to be glorious. So who hasn't seen the minecart cannons go off yet? Right now they're trying to walk down the water slide, which seems to be working quite well, oddly enough. Well, I mean, it won't hurt you much. It may hurt you. Oh, this should also get closed. Oh, geez. Did I screw up and attach you to multiple levers? I did. All right, well, that's awkward. Please turn around, Dwarf. Fine. I didn't need Mark's dwarves anyway. Oh, you're going for a shield, eh? I didn't want to have Mark's dwarves anyway. Here they come. Well, here comes the one ogre who's in first. And there comes the rest of them. So I don't have as many shots as previous because we've swapped out a lot of the minecarts from gold to platinum, which makes them lava resistant resistant for reasons that you'll find out momentarily. So we do have to be a little bit more choosy with our shots. Yeah, let's actually stand you back there. Wait, what? Someone needed me to name a dwarf Mark? Oh. I did not hit her. I did not. Someone's bleeding. Why are you bleeding, Beak Dog? Got stacks of Beak Dogs. Alright, so this dwarves very narrowly almost screwed up very heavily. And it's time to fire the first shot. Aban, what squad are you in? You're fired. That's all. Okay, so now I wait for a dwarf to come pull the lever. Who is Snail. And here we go. So, shot 1. Minecart dropped down. And hopefully the dwarves didn't decide to do a full stupid and... Actually, let's follow the one that's a little further down. So it's flying along, flying along, flying along, flying along. And here we go! Okay, well, I mean, that was pretty effective. It's not as many shots as I've had previously, but it's still moving. Still hitting things. Still doing damage. Time to fire the second shot. Come on, dwarf. Somebody come pull it. Anybody? Okay, so you're pulling it. Now that you're pulling that, we're also going to pull the one behind it. We're going to go follow this. Goes down. Just flies directly through it. Oh, that's never going to get old, man. That's never going to get old. Okay, so what's next? Oh, is there one in mid-flight, or did they already go through? The next one already went through. Cool. Time to go back up. Round 3. I only got 2 shots left. And incoming the next one. Well, I got bad news, Neil. What are you doing in here? You dummies? I guess, oh. I'm the dummy. It's my fault. Dwarves going, oh look, loot. And trying to get the minecarts out. So bad news. You'd think they'd see the goblins coming and be like, whoop. Neil dead? Yep. Very much so. So's Onuel. This one isn't, but you are smart enough to run away at least. Well. It's time to seal this off. Yeah, no, they kind of do the continued motion thing. And then I'm just gonna say send it. Oh. Neil has been found dead. Who was dumb enough to run down here and find him? Thankfully, nobody. I think the goblins found him. Oh, I see. Somebody else who's dumb enough to place track vehicle. How about we just do this? Just forbid the everything, yes? Why are you doing what I think you're doing, dwarves? Run away, dwarves. A bunch of lava is about to come down. This is a really good way to unalive yourself. Yes, run away. Exactly. There you go. Okay. Oof, that was close. That could have ended real bad. But it didn't, thankfully. So instead, we've just got a bunch of goblins now that hopefully aren't smart enough to run away quickly. And a problem that is thankfully no longer as much of our problem as it was a minute ago. Okay, I may have to, like, cut a hole in this wall. It's a bit overflowy here. Looks like they all just leave it anyway. Okay, well, I guess I have to open this. I guess I have to open this again. So that, you know, they don't turn into charcoal. And all that. Yeah, so that they don't turn into charcoal and all that. It's almost like I could shut the door at the entrance, but like they'll go upstairs and clean out the animals. That's fine. They'll come back down once the lava's cleared. I also don't currently have a way of draining the water. In case you didn't know, I don't actually have a way of draining the lava. So I'm also gonna pull this. And, pull this. I could lock them into the fort, but I kind of don't want to. I'd sort of just prefer that they all leave. Can we please? Can we please? Thank you. Can we please? Please. Please that. Please that. Please that, yes? Uh-oh. Have I not buried a devilish potato yet? Suppose not. All right. Yeah, it's fine. We can... There's more drink where that came from. Should probably queue up the drinks. I was kind of half glancing at that going, that seems bad. Oh, I know why. It's because they all got paused. Although, actually... Yeah, no, we're good. All right, well, that was kind of a calamity, but hopefully an entertaining one. Chat room, it is time for me actually to say goodbye. The lava's not supposed to be over here now. This setup kind of needs some upgrades, to put it simply. As I said earlier, I also don't have a way of getting rid of the lava. So... you know, it requires a few upgrades, shall we say. But it's time for me to call it, because I have a meeting in 6 minutes. So what I'm going to say is I'm going to go now. But before I go, we're going to go raid somebody. So don't just run off if you're watching here on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube, YouTube folks will be live tomorrow. Same Dwarf time, same Dwarf channel. If you would like to watch more Dwarfs, we'll be live tomorrow. And Twitch chat, you can say goodbye, YouTube. If you want to, that is. All right. So, I say solid stream. I need you guys to get me a rating out of 10. I'm going to go grab the raid music. And I do have to say a huge thank you to everybody for all the support today. It was kind of nutty and wildly